Guess who forgot to change their title card? Couldn't be me. Look at this. Look at this little guy. Just down in the corner here. How do I make it not that? It won't let me change the transform. Sag. Oh well, I guess we're hanging out. I had some things I was gonna do while the ads ran, but I busted my title card. Sorry if you could hear that tea. I gotta drink my tea. I need some caffeine. I work today, and yet we're jamming tonight. Well, that's gonna be an embarrassing start. I did so many things. I changed so many things. I did so much prep. And I didn't change the title card of the OBS scene. I changed the thumbnail, so at least the YouTube video will look kind of right. But rip. Rip. Always something. It's always something. Oh, I locked it. That's why it can't change. Can we fix it? I would love to fix this. There we go. Wow, that was embarrassing. I'll be right back. Hello, hello. EBC, EEBC, DCBG. Where's this music coming out of? Is it playing in the system? No. How's everyone doing? Let's get started. All right, it's Ludum Dare 57. Let me get the hype page up. We can hype. We can be hype. We're about an hour and a half away from the start of Ludum Dare 57. I was doing a good job not being panicked for like the vast majority of the time here. But now that it's like actually happening, I'm a little concerned. How's everyone doing? It's Friday. Happy Friday. We're streaming at a very unusual time, so I feel like most of the regulars are gonna either trickle in or not be here at all. So we'll see. This might be a pretty quiet stream. I'm sorry, I don't think my noise canceling is enabled right now. Let me turn that on. It is not. I was like, wow. There we go. Let me get my AI voice editor here plugged in. All right, now we should be good. Apologies for any tea drinking sounds. All right, much better. All right, Ludum Dare. 1 hour, 20 minutes, and 50 seconds. This is it. With the countdown. The countdown. I can't point that high up. The countdown to Ludum Dare 57 starts. And it just keeps going. All right, hey folks, we're back again for 2025. So exciting. Like previous events, they're running a triple format. We're going to be competing in the compo. 48-hour deadline, solo, from scratch, as much as is reasonable, and share your source code. Scored if you give enough feedback. So what we're doing this one. This is tough. This is tough. Let's look over the rules. I don't know if we want to embed or upload games directly on ldjam.com. Also, we are not worried about their policy on AI tools. We just don't use them. So we'll be all right. Game Maker came out to sponsor this. You can't tell probably because of my dark mode, but that's pretty cool. Can't really see, but their logo is right here. It's pretty cool they came out and sponsored it. We, however, will be using Godot, as we always do. So we're excited. The theme selection, honestly, is a little concerning. A little concerning. Someone posted the unofficial, like, straw poll. Recently. Let me scroll down and see if I can find it again. People are posting all their, like, I'm in. I'm in. They're doing all their I'm in posts. Which is cool. I love to see them. I was reading these earlier. People are like posting pictures of their setups. It's pretty dope. Of their music setup. I wish I could have a music setup like this. Would love that. I'm in. That's what everyone's doing right now. All right. Unofficial straw poll. I already voted in this, so I'm just going to show the results. It's like a dead heat. Doors is not in the lead, which makes me feel hopeful that Doors is going to win as the meme vote. I do not want the theme to be Doors. I do not have an idea of what to do for Doors. And Doors seems like it's the folklore of 2025. I would be pretty psyched with Keep It Together, Depths, Doors, Wild Magic, Side Effects, Recharge. These are all ones I'd be happy with, except Doors. So we'll see. It's pretty much a dead heat. Last year, the straw poll was running a lot longer. and had a lot more people vote in it. And this just lets you say what you did vote for, not what you like voted against. And I like don't know how that interacts. So let's not worry about it. I don't think we're gonna have the option to just one shot, to just one time snipe the theme like we did last year, where we prepared one game and it happened to be the theme that won. Which in exciting news, I actually did post the remastered version of it. This is our Ludum Dare 55 game. It's been remastered. I'm putting in the chat everywhere. It's a Following Wind. We're gonna play it on stream maybe. This is the remaster of our LD55 game and our first game in Godot. No one can probably read that text. And I'm cutting most of it off of my face. But yeah, we added a bunch of new stuff to the remaster. We got new ship art, including bigger versions of both the Pilgrim and Pirate ships. I remixed the music tracks last night to make them louder and fix some issues that we were having with the original one. Obviously, we'd added the Just Codes water shader. We reworked the wind spell. We added 2 brand new spells to complement it, the Vortex and the Lightning spell. We added camera movement. I'm actually not sold on the whole addition of camera movement, but we did it, so it's done. We added some UI elements to help see ships coming in off screen. I think this alone would have been good. We rebalanced the gameplay and a game timer, and added a game timer. This is poor English here, but that's fine. I didn't rebalance the game timer, I just added a game timer. There's also a mysterious tentacled creature that may occasionally rise from the deep. Yeah, I apologize for the lack of tutorial. I couldn't work on this or wait any longer, like straight up. We did most of the work on this in the months after. In the months after Ludum Dare. All right, I'm gonna pause the music for a minute. I want to play this. So this is the remastered version of our Ludum Dare 5.5 game. Just put this up on itch. Added the link, links in the chat. I should probably put them in the description or something, but whatever. I don't know why this doesn't full screen completely. Oh, there's music. It's probably pretty quiet. This is my mandolin music I recorded for the game. So yeah, the focus of this game is to summon these gusts of wind to direct your ships. You want to avoid things like rocks and stuff. We gotta get this guy unstuck. And not let this hit. Oh no. Sea monster. How am I gonna do this? These are just gonna crash. So yeah, you try to avoid ships crashing. Try to get ships to get safely to your temple, but only the good ships, the pilgrims, the pirates, you want to dash them upon the rocks. Yeah, this is what we ended up doing for LD55. Oh, everyone got in here and I wasn't paying attention. Hey, everybody. Never see you on at this time. Still needs work. It's Ludum Dare. We're Ludum Daring. Well, it's actually an hour before the jam starts, which is why I'm messing around. I put this up on itch. I put the remastered version up. Hey, Rhiannon Journey. Hey, No Jewel. Oh, Edomoth. Long time, Edomoth. It's really good to see you. How's it going? But yeah, this is up on itch now, as of like an hour ago. I lost. I'm terrible at this. Oh, the music and the effects are a little loud, maybe. I'm gonna turn the music back down. Sorry about the effects sounds. Yeah, this is playable on itch. Ships are just crashing. Excited. I kind of just wanted to put it out there, be done with it. Yeah, it's the old ship game. We added up. It's the 1 year kind of anniversary of that game shipping. Of the ship game shipping. It was a year ago because it was LD 5.5. No, Joel, you also put something up on itch to see if it works in a web build that's not localhost. That's funny. Sometimes you got to do it. I like the Godot local debug like web view thing seems mostly helpful and accurate, but you need to save that? Yeah, please. Check it out. I posted on the Discord too. So I want people to check it out. There's still no tutorial, but it's a slow enough game to start that I feel like people have time to learn it. But yeah, I really wanted to just put that up. I'd been kind of dragging my feet, so this was a good opportunity to just get it done. But yeah, here's the themes. Here's the themes. It's an hour before the theme reveal, and this is the list of themes. So I think we're just gonna go through the list and like come up with some ideas, right? Like, is there anything else to do really? Probably not. So let's open up Obsidian. Let's make a new vault. Manage vaults. Create a new vault. Give the vault a name. We're gonna call it Ludum Dare 57. I need to put this in my drive with my Ludum Dare vaults here. I keep all my A-Sprite files and Obsidian vaults and everything that aren't directly tied to, well, that basically anything I don't keep in a Git repository, I've been keeping in my Google Drive, which has been pretty successful, honestly. All right, here's our new vault. Let's rename this to, well, let's just make a new note. Get rid of this welcome note. Call this the theme list. How do I do an unordered list? It's just, I guess we can order it. I guess it doesn't matter. No, Joel, you use Google Media Pipe JavaScript stuff and hacked it together a bit to communicate with Godot. Ooh, okay, interesting. That sounds complicated. All right, Markdown guide, cheat sheet. Unordered list, just dashes. I just use dashes. Okay, that's easy. Let's do this. This is not the tab that I wanted. Oh, I'm gonna turn the music back on. We were listening to my little sea shanty stuff. I turned it off. This we can close. All right, and then we'll put the theme list on the right here. All right, so we got the themes here, and we'll just list them out. And we're just gonna come up with like an idea or something for like each theme. Just to get our juices, our created juices going. Asterisk for unordered lists, really? I tried that. Immediately added a second one. I think that's italic in Markdown, or at least in Obsidian Markdown. In Obsidian Markdown, it seems to be just dash. Thanks, though. Appreciate it. I'm terrible with Markdown. I almost never use it. What it does for you? Oh, you just have to remove the second one? Oh. Oh yeah, no, that totally works. You're right, it works. The autocomplete makes that kind of a pain in the butt. Possible themes. Or theme voting final round. So this is the theme voting final round. I need to increase the viewability of this. I need to up the font size here. How's everyone doing? It's Friday. Happy Friday. We'll probably switch to dashes. Font size. Make it huge. There we go. That's what we want. That's what we like to see. You know, Moth, that autocomplete is your personal enemy. Just tears. Oh. I left the desktop audio unmuted. Hopefully there wasn't horrible, I don't know what the right word would be, echoing. All right, so let's get on with it. So plant the seed, decay, recharge. I've had a rough time today. I worked like a full shift. So normally I split my day into 2 halves, and I do my first half of my workday, and then I stream, and then I do my second half of my workday. And each of these blocks is like 4 hours, 3 or 4 hours. Today I did both my regular day job blocks, and then I went to the grocery store. So I at least got outside, and now I'm here and streaming. And we'll be going from now until like 4 hours from now or so, like 9 o'clock or so my time. So I'm a little tired, and I did all this prep before going live, and the one thing I forgot to do was to change the title card. So the title card loaded up and it was totally wrong, and I had to fix it live, and I was so embarrassed. But if that's the worst thing that happens, I'm okay. I'll be fine. All right. Plant the seed, I'm okay with. Decay, no. Recharge, I would like. Depths. I'm actually coming around to depths, and we're changing my vote. We're going to add depths and bottomless, I think are kind of fun for like procedural stuff. I'm also kind of coming around to plant the seed and garden. I'm like not big on nature stuff, but I think those would be really fun. I really don't want doors to win. Maximum warp, no jewel. Oh no, you messed up too? Uh-oh. It's Friday. None of us should be trying to get real work done. Salvage. I think salvage would be pretty good. Doors. I had one idea for doors, and I don't think I like it. Because I don't think people would consider them doors. My only idea was like locks. Like locks like that let ships in and out. Those aren't really doors though. My only other idea around doors is maybe having something to do with like apartments. Like a series of apartment doors, but like I don't know what you would do with the doors. I think that's such a stupid theme. So upset that it's become a meme. I don't truly hate any of the other themes. I do kind of hate the capitalization, the style guide for these. I don't know why I want to capitalize all the words in this. I just want them to feel big. I want it to feel like side effects. Like I feel like it should be capital S, capital E. But I can live with that too. I don't really know what I'm talking about. I'm anxious and sleep deprived, and well, maybe not sleep deprived, but I'm tired. It's been a whole work week. I told myself last year, I had this list of things I was going to do differently this time from last year. It was things like prepare and take time off work and I don't know, prepare again. Like I didn't do any of it. I didn't do any of the things. But, you know, that's life. So I think we're going to do 2 things. I think we've got this theme list, and I think we're going to come up with a series of ideas. And we'll just write them in here. This does not need to be this big. There we go. And then I think we're also going to come up with a list of constraints. Because I think before we start brainstorming, well, I don't know what order I want to do this in. Because I kind of want to come up with ideas just off of the theme themselves. But I also think it's really important to think about our design constraints. And I think the design constraints should direct us. Was mini delivery from the last jam? No, you know, Moth. The last one was a Following Wind, which I actually just posted the remastered version of on itch an hour ago. Mini Delivery was made. Mini Delivery was made for the solo Dev Jam #4. And that jam was too easy because 1, we had 72 hours, and 2, we were allowed to use art assets and asset packs. So we didn't make any assets for that game. The most I did was open Blender and like fiddle with some vertices. This is Ludum Dare. If I had a code template, I could use it, but I currently don't have a code template that's worth anything. So apparently I made the code template before I did Mini Delivery, and Mini Delivery is when I did most of my work on UI, because the Following Wind doesn't have any UI, and I never ported any of the UI back from Mini Delivery to a Following Wind. So we don't really have any. No, Jewel, what's considered a code template? I don't know what you might consider a formal code template, but Ludum Dare lets you use base code, and the idea behind it is that it's general purpose code. Like, here's how a main menu would work. Here, it has volume sliders, and you can pick, like, I don't know, you can full screen. Like, stuff that's not specific to a game, but is like a general utility code that you might want to have. You know, Moth, the Mini Delivery lore is crazy. Yeah. It's mostly wheelie yellow. No, Joel, you're also doing Ludum Dare? Hell yeah. Yeah, let's go. Let's do it. Your media pipe stuff is probably code template or okay to use? Yeah. Almost certainly. If it's something where you're like, I would like to have this generally. I'm drinking some tea right now, which has some caffeine in it. We'll see. We'll see if this keeps me from sleeping tonight. But I am so tired. I was just like, I need to pick me up. I went to the grocery store, which involved going to get the bus. It's a really nice day in San Francisco, but I just wanted to fall asleep. It was so sunny and warm. EEBCDCBG. I want a phonetic version of your name. E. I might just call you E. Is that okay? What about custom engines? You always get confused when jams specify from scratch. Yeah, I actually just had the actual rules page up here. I also have this unofficial straw poll up. Doesn't seem to be. I feel like the person didn't open this up fast enough. Oh, and people are voting multiple times. Oh, what a bunch of little shits. I used this straw poll thing last time to like snipe the theme. Don't forget to update your everything, guys. Where are the rules? I like literally just saw a thing about the rules. Now I can't find it. It's in the news. Custom engine should be fine. They say from scratch within reason. Within reason. I was literally just reading a page that had all this information, and now I can't find it. The Ludum Dare website is kind of a nightmare sometimes. Here we go. So if you're doing compo from scratch as much as is reasonable, they've expanded on this in the past. There's some other rules pages. Like here are the... But generally, the further down this list you go, the less stringent it is. So like compo is 48 hours solo, mostly from scratch. And share your source code. That's the other thing, No Jewel. I don't know if your media pipe stuff you feel like is proprietary, but like you have to share your source code if you're doing this mode. And then if you do jam mode, you get a 72-hour deadline. You can work in teams. It seems okay to use AI if you opt out of the category. We're not doing that, but... And then extra is like, whatever. You have 3 weeks. You can kind of just roll with it. It's like the Zen mode. It's open source. You're doing solo. Hell yeah. But yeah, you have a custom engine. That's sick. What is it? How is it? How is it? What is it? What did you build it for? Like, what did you feel like the utility of having a custom engine is for you? Yeah, I'm afraid to upload directly. All right. Anyway, back to this. Oh, the thing I learned. I was gonna say the thing I learned. Here's the thing I learned most about Ludum Dare last time. This icon, this icon, the game icon, this is so important, especially for compo, since the compo games come out early, and it's like the only chance you have of getting like natural like discoverability. This needs to be so good and so tight. This little icon, it's not a little icon, but it shows little. Like even when I zoom in, it doesn't get bigger or smaller. It's like, it just kind of is. But yeah, showing your game off here, this is probably the single most important asset. Getting people in here. After that, I think it's like pretty easy. I think I want to try to put some pictures in here this time. Oh man, we did not so good. Not so hot. It was fine. It was our first game. It's our first Ludum Dare game, our first Godot game. There was lots of stuff to like about A Following Wind, and lots of stuff to not like so much. We gave a ton of feedback. We gave 88 ratings. We played games for like a week. I love all the feedback I got. So many people commented on the game with feedback and like help, like ideas to make it better. Everyone was so sweet and so nice. I met so many cool people last year at Ludum Dare. I met Adagon. Look at all this. This is insane. I'm still going. And like these are not one-line comments. It's so sweet. Everyone is so nice. I met Tobugi. This really launched me into Twitch streaming and game dev, live game dev. So awesome. Love the community. I love Ludum Dare. I was sad I couldn't do the one in October, but we got mini delivery because we were able to do solo dev jam number 4. So cool. I'm sorry, I'm eating like little snacks. I have some chocolate here and some cookies, some like biscuits for like my tea. Because that's the other thing. Last time I was so stressed out. I like didn't eat enough. Or sleep enough. Or drink enough water. You don't have a full-fledged engine. You use monogame for game dev, so you've created different systems. Like a text renderer, a tile map renderer, and so on. Oh yeah, that's awesome. I'm sure all of that is fine. Because those are general purpose systems, right? Like you're like, it's a text renderer, a tile map renderer. I think it would be different if you were like, yeah, I'm importing my Final Fantasy Tactics template. It's just a Final Fantasy Tactics game out of the box. And I'll just flip the assets. Like, I think if you're talking about asset flipping, like something like that, I think that would be where it gets questionable. But yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. If you're talking about in terms of like, this is the thing that does this, and it's like a general solution that you would need to any game, let alone, you know, a particular game. All right, let's dig into these themes. I'm gonna biggerize this, and then I'm going to add another note that is going to be constraints. Enamoth, you don't get that many messages even in your birthday. I definitely don't get that many messages during my birthday, but I've also lived my life in such a way to encourage or to discourage that amount of social contact. So, you know. All right, so here are our constraints. What can't I do in 48 hours solo? So I think this is super important to us. Like, what are our strengths and what are our weaknesses in this context? So we can do a little bit of a header here. We could say can. This is a very arbitrary thing. Can't. I don't know if I actually want to phrase this way. Shouldn't these go away? These are like header like markers. Oh, do I need a space? I probably need a space. There we go, like that. I actually don't know if I'm going to phrase it this way. So we can do, can't do. So I think what we can do is like 2D pixel art. So we can do 2D pixel art. We can do, well, to be particular about 2D pixel art, I think we could do mechanical or inorganic animations. Animation structures / animations. Like, I think we'll be good. I think the more mechanical and inorganic we can be, the better we're going to be in terms of like our positioning. Because like last time we did ships and like rocks and like I guess we did some plants, but like I want to avoid doing like people. I'm going to say very low resolution. Very low resolution art. Like I need our pixel art resolution to be as small as possible because I cannot do anatomy or like anything complex. What about a game about doors? Leandro coming in with the most triggering comment possible. We very well might need to make a game about doors, and I honestly am not sure what we're going to be doing regarding that. So can't do. We cannot do 3D art. We are not going to do any 3D art of any kind. I would like to have learned Blockbench a little more before this jam, but c'est la vie. Enamoth, what am I going to do if the plant salvage or garden gets picked up? I'm actually kind of hoping for one of those three. I'm actually okay at doing plants, I think. Like, I feel like I did a mean palm tree. Where's my palm tree? I think my palm tree is pretty dope. I drew this in like 5 minutes. Like, we straight up just knocked this out in like 5 minutes. I think we could do... I think we could do... Thank you. I wasn't fishing for that, but thank you. I was fishing for that. I think we could do it. So maybe mechanical or... I don't know what the right word is. Maybe not inorganic, but I mean like... I guess I could do organic. It just has to be like static. I could say otherwise static. Or mostly static. I think we could do mechanical or mostly static structures and animations. Because like a ship is mostly static. We just drew a couple different angles of it and we did like an 8-direction thing. And we would just swap them out. Like I didn't actually have to animate anything. I think the thing is the thing that I'm weak at is like I don't think I can do organic animations. Like I don't think I'm gonna be able to do like I'm not Adam. I'm not gonna be able to just be like, oh, here's a run cycle and here's like a fight. I don't have the kind of experience for that. I admittedly have a tremendous amount of experience animating doors. So maybe doors isn't that bad for us. Maybe doors would be pretty good. Yeah, maybe that's the secret. Maybe we do want the doors. I can't even spell anatomical, let alone do an anatomical drawings. Anything human or animal. Maybe I should flip this. Can't do anything humanoid or animal. I really can't, unless it's really, 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 really basic. Like so basic. So I can't do any kind of anatomical drawings. Anatomical correct forms. Mechanic animations. I cannot do any of this. We're not going to be able to do anything of that. So can do 2D pixel art. So obviously we're making a 2D game, right? Like obviously we're making a 2D game. Regardless of what the theme is. It doesn't matter which of the themes. Which of the themes. Man, mirrors are hard. Which of the themes it is. None of these are going to be 3D. Even if it feels like it would be perfect for 3D. We just can't do it. What's really annoying is that my temptation always is to do isometric. Like we ended up doing isometric for A Following Wind. We did isometric 2D. And that's tough, but I feel like that's my specialty, right? I can do isometric projection. I shouldn't because isometric projection is hard and expensive. From like an art standpoint, it's tough to get good and consistent, I think. But I can do it. I can do it. We should put that under the pixel art stuff. I can do isometric projection. Let's make a hexagon grid. Hexagons from bestagons. Oh my god. Benjamin, welcome in. How's it going? You think you would like to try the Doors theme? What is wrong with you? This is folklore all over again, but worse. Somehow worse, because I feel like I have ideas for folklore. DD123, how's it going? We are doing the Ludum Dare 57 jam, which starts in about an hour. Let's bring up the clock. Let's bring up the big clock. 56 minutes. Yeah, I am actually hoping for a game where we can do stuff that's like plants. Like last time, here's why last time we ended up doing like boats. It's because you don't need to animate a boat. A boat just is. It has very few moving parts. Doors in game dev are very interesting. That's putting it mildly, Benjamin. Doors in game dev are the hardest thing to implement, period. I don't know. That's like the worst thing for a time-sensitive jam. Doors theme actually seems interesting. Oh, you're all monsters. What is wrong with you people? You're the problem. You're why Doors stands a very real chance of winning. All right, Leandro. You want a terror-based game where you are a developer and have to implement a door system. There we go. There we go. I actually do have an idea for doors, but I don't think I could do it. That's the other thing. Let me make another note. This is like maybe our roadmap or something, or I don't know. I don't feel like you can have a roadmap for a 2-day jam. This is like our schedule, maybe? Schedule. So we have episode 1. So we have up 1. Oh, is this word different? Oh, okay, no, they are bigger the fewer hashes I put here. So Ep1. So we're gonna do 3 episodes. There's gonna be 3 episodes. There's Ep2. Oh god. Ep2. Ep3. There's 3 episodes. We're gonna be live 3 different times this weekend. This is episode 1. We're currently in episode 1. The main character of your game could be good as a door. Ugh. If one door theme closes. All right, tea consumed, energy achieved. We have all the caffeine that comes in a single Trader Joe's black tea packet, and we are just raging for the next few hours. So episode 1 is going to be about 4 hours. Episode 2 is probably going to be about... Episode 2 and 3 are probably going to be more like 8 hours. I need to do this in such a way that doesn't get me made fun of. So we've got about, this is about the amount of time that we have for this. We have about 20 hours, approximately, that I'm going to work on stream over the next 48. So it's almost 6 o'clock Friday. This game is done 6 o'clock Sunday. 48 hours. This is what we have. This is what we have to work with here. So episode 1 is going to be preparation. LOL. Yeah, right. We didn't do any preparation. We did 0 preparation for this jam. 1 door to close them all. All right, that's pretty good. Episode 2, the doors are back. Episode 3, revenge of the devs. Episode 1, the phantom door. Episode 2, attack of the door. Episode 3, revenge of the door. It's gonna be bad. This is the preparation. Yeah, this is not good. This is not good. This does not qualify. Theme exploration. Theme exploration. We're gonna explore the theme. This is pre-theme reveal. I'm gonna say pre-theme reveal. So before they reveal the theme, we'll explore different options. And then we'll do, we'll just do brainstorming. What can we even? All right, this is episode 1. We've got about 3 hours from the time the theme is revealed. So good luck to us. This is what we're doing in episode 1. Here's the real trick. These should probably be ordered lists, huh? Episode 2. Revenge of the Hinge. That's pretty good. That emoji is adorable. I should ban you, but you're too much a pillar of the community. However, thank God I have this door emote, right, guys? I actually prepared for this. We demand the doors. All right, episode 2. Here's the problem with episode 2, which is the first full day. The game has to be playable. Playable game by EOD. Like, this is really the only thing that matters. Is EOD not in your dictionary? Get it right. Playtest and palette and content. Or iterate on content and release. We'll say iterate on content. We'll say playtest a lot. And then we'll say publish. So this is the real thing. Whatever theme we come up tonight, whatever idea we come up tonight, it needs to be a game we can make in one day. The doors, case closed. Oh, you are on a roll, DD123. New to LD, when does it start? It's different every time. Like last year, it was 3 p.m. or noon or something. I think it was 3 p.m. last year, my time, which would have been like a couple hours ago. This time, it is 6 p.m. Pacific time. It's in less than an hour. This actually is not accurate. It's in 34 minutes and 45 seconds. Enamoth, if door is the theme, adorable should be the name. I'm mostly okay with that. I still think I'm gonna like just walk off camera and just leave the stream on and just not participate at all. if it's door, I'm just gonna walk out of here and walk straight into the ocean. I really don't want to do doors. This is such a terrible theme idea. It's truly appalling. I'm actually okay with the vast majority of these themes. Companion is kind of weak sauce in my mind. I actually can think of some pretty cool game ideas, but it all involves like AI and like, no, there's no way. Anchor, what even? I mean, I kind of do want to do another ship-based game, so I'd actually be okay if Anchor won. Old Rod KS, you're glad I refreshed. You thought you were lagging 20 minutes. Yeah, it's weird because even if this desyncs, it continues to count down. Yeah, I looked at that and I was like, it can't be 54 minutes. I know it's 5:30. Welcome in. Sounds like you're as excited and nervous as I am. Welcome in. I don't think I've seen you here before. Are you compo? Are you another solo compo friendo? Or do you got a team? We have some people in the community with some teams, and I think that's pretty great. Everyone logging in and voting for doors? No, do not. Please do not sign up for the jam just to vote for doors. You're not attempting this. You don't have the time or the talent. All you need is time. There's nothing you can't do with time. And the only downside is we don't really have time. So yeah, whatever we do is impossible. That's why I was talking about here. Whatever we come up with today needs to be something we can do in a single day. Because it's going to take forever. It needs to have one idea. One idea. Like one game, one mechanic. One. One time. One thing. No more. We don't have time. Can do. 2D art. One mechanic. One gameplay mechanic. That's it. There needs to be a core idea, a core thing. That's it. Must be doable in one day. In a day. Can't do. 3D art of any kind. Can't do. Anything humanoid or animal or... I can't do any of this. I can't do anatomy. I can't do animations. We really want something either plant-based or something like mechanical or like architecture. So I guess doors is great for us, honestly. From an art standpoint, doors is ideal. Like we are expert door smiths. Like where's our triple door? Just for the, because it seems like that's another thing I'm excited about is to like keep meeting new people in the community here, which is what happened last year. But like, if we go look for our door, like we are doorsmiths. Like it's what we do. Like here's the triple door that we just made a while ago, fully animated. Like we are truly masters of the door. We have single door, double door, triple door. You just can't beat our doors here. It's crazy. It's crazy how good our doors are out here. Look, like we even have lighting on the inside of the door. Like we are ready for the inevitable. We have so many doors. I'm psyching myself up for the inevitable door theme that I don't have an idea for. Like we're ready. We're ready to just be slamming the doors on our foes here. Just door it. Adorable. All right. I opened the door, so you came in with the puns. DD, you're in college right now, so no time, Sedge. Ah, fair enough. For the door theme, as a puzzle game, like an escape room could be cool. Dumbledore. Dumbledore. I don't hate that. All right. Dumbledore is amazing. Yeah. I think people will think of that, but 30 minutes. 30 minutes, Bean. Bean Sheeran. Welcome in. Yeah, 30 minutes. We have a theme list that we have not gone through at all. How many themes are in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18. Approximately 18. I kind of lost count. So if we go through them now, we'll have 2 minutes per theme. So we should probably do that. And as we think about it, we can add things to our constraint list. All right. Plant the seed. Leandro, you did your part. You voted for doors. I'm dying. Enomoth works for the wild magic side effects and door themes. Dumbledore. Yeah, truly. All right, plant the seed. Obviously, gardening comes to mind. Gardening. What else would we plant the seed? Inception. Gardening. Literal interpretation, literally gardening, or maybe figuratively something else like Inception, which we could obviously do Inception in one day. Obviously Inception is something we could make as a game in a single day. I don't know about plant the seed. I think it would literally be something about gardening. And please no Inception. Leandro, I need to be open for the door theme. I'm so upset. It hasn't even been picked. Hey, Ryson. How's it going? How's your team? Is your team ready? Are we ready to do this? Are we doing this now? All right, decay. What could we do for decay? It would be something like rot, which I feel like we could do iteratively. I'm thinking of something like, but how do you do that? This is the problem. Decay is like fundamentally opposed to progress, and progress is like the cornerstone of a game. So like decay is about things. So the only way you can make decay like progress is if you invert it. If you yourself are the decay, like you're the thing decaying stuff. Seed of the mind, yeah. Yeah, I feel like if we don't do gardening or Inception, we're gonna get horrible downvotes for plant the seed. That's interesting. Like you're the boss of the game. Yeah, I don't know. It would be something. I'm just gonna write out my ideas. You would need to be the decayer for this to line up. The one you would need to be the one causing the decay for this to feel like you are progressing at all. Like that's the hardest part for me about decay is like decay is like the opposite of progression. It's like retraction. It's like death and like things are breaking down. So I don't know. I think that'd be a little hard. You have to fight the decay. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Ryson. You could fight it. But that's really tough. It's really tough. I mean, you could be recovering from the decay. Like, it could be like a pixel washer thing. You must prevent your home from collapse. Or a cave in or something. Yeah. You could do like a pixel washer kind of thing. But I don't know. Recharge. Maybe... What would we do for recharge? Maybe... Well, obviously something electrical. Electrical would be literal. But... We could say something electrical. We could say literally something electrical. Or figuratively, recharge could be about something about like recovery, or figuratively about recovery, like recreation or something. Like it could be like a figuratively something about recovery. Depths. I think depths is good. Something downwell. Downwell. Something downwell like... Well, actually, the downwell, like, we should say for bottomless. Bottomless is like the downwell kind of thing. Ryson, if we are trying to stick to a plant gardening theme for decay... Oh, I mean, yeah, that would work. Leandro, player being a robot and needing to recharge to keep going. Yeah, I think that sort of thing would be kind of cool. I think recharge would be cool. I'm pretty happy with most of these. Keep it together, I voted for, but I don't really have an idea for it. Again, keep it together is kind of like decay, where the problem with it is that you're like trying to prevent something from falling apart. But maybe that's okay, because this is going to be a super short game. This game needs to be like 5 minutes, like max. Like a 5-minute experience. And I keep telling myself, I went back and looked at my last 2 jam preparation notes. I literally keep telling myself not to do a score chaser, not to do something that's like going for a score record, something that's like just like an endless runner or something like that. I keep doing it. I keep doing things that are like time challenges or like score chaser kind of things, like, because it just feels easy, because you're like, I just need the 1 core loop, and then you don't need anything else. You're just like trying to get through the thing. No Jewel, can me or any viewer check if the media pipe Godot thing works on their machine before you commit to this for the game jam? You can send the itch.io link. Yeah, if you post in the Discord, I'm sure somebody could check it. If they don't, I'll check it. D123 for the depth, you could be stuck in a well, like a claustrophobia thing. Yeah, depths is interesting. Depths I would kind of want to do literally something spelunky or nautical. Nautical. Probably favors a side-scroller type of game. Depths to me would be good for a side-scroller because it's really obvious that you're going down. Like nautical or nautical. Salvage. I think salvage would be really cool. And maybe salvage could work with decay. I don't know. Salvage. Finding treasure in a trash heap, or building something out of found scraps. I don't know. I think salvage would be really cool. Salvage would probably be something kind of modular. Shipwrecks for salvage. Rhiannon Journey, you're not wrong. Honestly, I should probably add to the list of can do. Analog music production. Limited to stringed instruments. I didn't set up a DAW. I have no experience with a DAW. I should have done any of this, but we're still pretty much limited to analog music. So something like nautical or ship-based or anything where it would be okay for me to like basically play a mandolin or a guitar or something, or a bass. Something in that range, in the stringed instrument range, is something we can do. We're also going to need to do Foley art. We're going to do a lot of Foley art. Basic Foley art for SFX. I actually really like Foley art. I really enjoyed doing Foley art last time. If I want to keep a C theme. I feel like a C theme is good for us. I feel like we could do C theme stuff. I feel like we could do kind of plants or machines. But yeah, I think we want something like that. Submarine side-scroller platformer. I don't know about submarine. I agree with you about submarine side-scroller. I don't know about the platformer. But yeah, obviously, if you're doing a thing about depths, you would want... Because my temptation is to do... Because we're doing 2D, so we only have 2 dimensions. So my temptation is always to do something kind of isometric or top-down. Somewhere between those two things. But for something like depths, we would want to do something else. All right. I put it off for a long time, but what the F are we going to do about doors? Like, what's an actual idea about doors? Doors could work for 3D terror game. Yeah, we can't do any of the things that you just said, Inamon. Look, can't do 3D art of any kind. Everything has to be from scratch. Like, seriously, like, what do we do about doors? I was thinking we do kind of a Calvino sort of like, maybe like a apartment where you were presented with like this grid of doors. But what do you then do with that? Like, okay, you have a grid of doors. What do you do? Like a memory game? Like, you could do like, I guess, like a Papers, Please kind of thing, which would be kind of horrible. Where you do, or like something about the landlady, or like the suspicious neighbor game or whatever, where you're like spying on your neighbors. You could work at a door factory. I don't know. I don't fucking. There's non-literal things we could do for doors, but I'm so hesitant to do anything non-literal because for the last year, the theme was summoning. And all we did was a game about summoning gusts of wind, and people were like, I don't see how this is connected to the theme. And it's like, if you didn't make a game about summoning demons, people were like, I don't see how this is staying true to the theme. Route traffic through doors without crashing, escape room kind of thing. Yeah, I'm really not happy about doors, but it's probably going to be the one. I had a very brief moment where I thought about locks. Like locks as in like you're in like the Panama Canal and you're like opening doors and closing them to change the water levels and get ships through or something like that. So something about that, about timing the opening and closing of doors. What if we could do something about with airlocks maybe? Or like opening and closing doors on a ship. I don't know. I can't think of anything decent. There could be something about routing something through rooms and you have to open and close the right set of doors, but like, what are we doing? Like a pachinko machine? Like, I don't know why. I don't know why you would do that. Not usual ways to use a door. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. DD123, someone enters your home and you must hide from him by passing through doors. Lockpicking game. Yeah, though that's something we could do. Something about routing things around by opening and closing different doors. I don't know. I don't like that one. As a puzzle. Rhiannon Journey, a hit the gopher. The gopher type game, but instead slamming doors in people's faces. Okay, yeah, that could be fun. Like a whack-a-mole style thing. Like a grid of doors, like in an apartment complex. I don't know. I can picture like a grid of doors. I just don't know what you would do with them. Like if we you could do something, it could be, yeah, I don't know. It could be something like a space division kind of thing, where you need to like divide spaces with a door, and I don't know. Maybe you could be like the chief of security somewhere and you have to like open and close different doors. I can't think of something that's really about doors. I can think of stuff that's incidentally involves doors. A security guard that controls the doors. I don't know. You could do some stuff, some crazy stuff. Just create an MMORPG where the player is a door. Baba is door. Yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly. You must find a way to open a safe. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting idea. All right, how are we doing on time? 11 minutes, 12 minutes. Oh, this round is ended. Okay, the voting is over. We're just waiting for the theme reveal. I don't know where they post the theme reveal. All right, let's forget about doors. Let's keep going. We got about 1 minute for each of these ideas. Your doors like FTL's door system could be a game on its own. That's what I was thinking about the security guard that controls the doors. Like, what if you were the guy assigned to the security room that like let you like actually use the doors for something? Like, that would be very in line with our main game, which, as I showed off, is like an FTL style isometric kind of thing, where we do have a lot of doors. So it would be kind of cool. You need to manage like the oxygen and the fire and like letting people in and out. That could be fun. That could be fun. That's probably the best idea so far for something about doors, is something like FTL style. And that would actually be kind of in line with our regular thing, our main game. FTL? Question mark? Radio operator? What? Oh, send signals. Right, send signals. I like resigned myself that it has to be doors, and I like forgot that we have to like consider like 10 more themes, 10 more possible themes. All right, send signals. It's send signals, so it's not receiving signals. It's like you're the sender. Maybe like translating messages into an encrypted code. I think that's kind of cool, translating messages and sending them, and like you'd do better or worse depending on like how well you translated the message or something like that. Keep it together. You're falling apart and you need to like constantly coalesce or like repair yourself. I don't know. These are all very basic, like first level thoughts. Past secrets in plain sight. Yeah, that's the sort of thing would be cool. No Jewel. Shout out to Nathan, the MVP that tested it for you. Thank you so much, Nathan. You are like the Discord goat on the Discord. It's pretty good. The greatest. All right, out of order. I genuinely don't know for this one. Out of order. Could be about sequencing or like broken stuff. Broken toilets, I don't know. Broken stuff. Wild magic. I'm thinking of like the Dungeons and Dragons wild magic table. That's all the ideas I have for wild magic. We're just gonna write down the first thing we can think of for each of these theme ideas, because we have like 6 minutes or like something like that. Oh, people probably can't see. Here we go. Scroll it down a little bit more. All right, side effects. Side effects is really interesting. I'm thinking of like second order, like managing second order effects of stuff. I don't know. Obviously, that's the only read. Garden. Like growing things. Maybe garden will be like a space packing. Maybe it'll be like a space packing problem. maybe a packing problem. Like you need to figure out how you can like grow things optimally in the space you're given. Trade would be so interesting, but I feel like we'd get so in the weeds so quickly on like some kind of model of like exchange. Trade would be like evaluating exchanges and managing profits. I don't know. Managing inventory? I don't know. Managing stuff? I don't know. I'm not really providing any value with these initial bullet points now. I feel like the first half of these we were thinking about stuff, but now I'm just like, I'm just panicked. No, Jewel, you're just waiting for the reveal and go to sleep and hope you wake up with all your game all planned out. That's an approach. That's an approach. This is unfortunately late. I feel like the start of the jam this time was like really late. And like, I think that'll be good for the next 2 days, but for tonight it sucks because I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight. I'm just going to be too nervous. Yeah, waves is like, I don't know, tower defense or offense. Tower defense, offense, or something. I don't know. All right, how are we doing on time? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. You know what I should have done? I should have done like a browser source so that I could just have the jam clock going at all times. Should have done something like that. All right, bottomless. This is more obviously like a downwell kind of thing. Downwell. Is downwell one word? I feel like it is. Downwell. Which I can't spell, it seems. Downwell kind of game. I would say most obviously a downwell kind of game. Will you like let me write this? Yeah, okay, thank you. Like, don't need to add downwell to our dictionary. I just need you to stop yelling at me about it. All right, companion. I am least excited about this, but like maybe how about something like you're a squire to a knight or something? Like Titus. Titus? No. What was his actual name? I don't remember. The guy from Fallout. The Fallout TV show. Meeting up with time. Nice hanging out. Yeah, no, good luck. Good luck, Ryson. Hope you check in sometimes over the weekends. Love to see how things work out for you. Good luck and Godspeed. Leandro, that'd be cool. You have to give the right equipment for fights and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're actually, like, super competent. You're, like, maybe like a Sancho Panza kind of thing. You're like the only hope that this person has of actually... I think everyone's going to do that, but I think it would be cool. I think it would be super cool. We're all meeting up with time, Ryson. Benjamin, you wish me luck. You must also prep your mind for the reveal. We'll watch here sometimes. Good luck with the doors. Yeah. Please feel free to like come and co-work and stuff. That's gonna be the hope, because I'll be streaming most of the weekend. Good luck to everyone. May the doors be with you. We could do a Jim Morrison thing if the doors wins. We could just totally YouTube. We could just copyright our channel into oblivion and do like you're Jim Morrison from the Doors, like. I guess I can't create their music from scratch. That probably wouldn't work. We'd need to save that for a jam where we're allowed to use art assets and or sound packs and stuff like that. I bet plenty of people make Jim Morrison jokes. All right, layers I think we could do. I think we could do layers. That kind of reminds me of one of Adagon's games from a jam where it was like water would come up and then recede, and it would like raise and recede. So layers could be something like, what could layers even be, right? I think we're out of time. Oh, we have 2 minutes. Jal 7. J-A-L, Jal 7. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Good luck if you're Ludum Daring with us this weekend here. All right. Yeah, I don't know what to do about layers. Anchor. I also don't know about that either. I don't know what to do about either of these. Let's just pretend it doesn't matter, because it probably doesn't matter, and we're probably gonna get the theme right now. I feel like I'm most excited for maybe like depths, maybe salvage. Depths, I don't know, doesn't give me a direction. I think I'm most excited for salvage. Keep it together. I don't know. Some of these things I'm excited for, but I'm terrified of like the scope of the game that I'm thinking of for it. Layers like an onion. That's true, you know, Moth. But where does that get us? All right, it's gotta be up now, right? 14 seconds. All right, are we ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm fucking scared, man. Why did the clock just... Oh, 1 day, 23 hours. All right. Give me the theme. Depths. It's depths. Let's go. Fuck yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't be F-bombing so much. I want this video to, you know, be watchable by people. All right. We got depths. All right, let's get cooking. Let's get cooking. Depths. We're doing depths. All right, this is good for us. This is good for us. We're doing like an ocean kind of thing. All right, new note. Depths. What the F even? Like, what does this even mean for us? Like, doors, Leandro? You're killing me. All right, depths. I guess what we should do is we should just start dumping things out of our brain. Like, what do depths must make us think of? Like, I can think of like delving, submarine, but that's cliche. We're okay with cliche. You know what's ironic? I actually felt in the last few moments there, I actually felt okay about the doors idea, about the like FTL doors idea. I was actually okay with that one. All right, this is going to be about plumbing the depths. Plumbing the depths. That's what people say, right? Plumbing the depths of our minds for ideas. This is what we're doing here. All right, it's depths. So let's maybe just like set up some different things. Like let's say like mechanics. Let's say like I don't know. I actually don't know how structured I want this page to be, because I'm thinking about like art assets, like setting, like this, like water is the first thing I think of. But it doesn't need to be water. It could be like a cave. FTL, but it's a submarine war. Faster than water. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It should obviously be a thing about trying to get further. So we're doing a score chaser again. Every time I'm like, we're not doing a score chaser, and then every time we do a score chaser, it's like, how far down can you go? How far down can you go? Maybe we say something like goals. Like, how far down can you go? I should say something like player goals. That's an obvious one. Volcanic stuff, maybe? That could be cool. Some, like, you're thinking of, like, The Core? The brilliant film, The Core? No, that would be pretty cool. Some Journey to the Center of the Earth kind of stuff. Cave Explorer game. Have to find the paths where you fit and all. We could do a Cave Explorer thing, but that's gonna... Think about how much, like... there's really no way to do this without, like, procedural generation, is there? Like, this... Like, and that is really a scary thing to try to do in like 24 hours. Is like procedural genning this up, like, well. Oh God. There's really no other player goal than how far down can you go? Could be like the Spelunky map gen, like grid-based, yeah. It's just that's really gonna be a bit of a struggle. But depths is like, I don't know. I can't think of any other metric for depths. All right, so DD123, a mining game like Planetary Defense, maybe? Yeah. Oh, it could be a mining game. You're right. So really the goal is like, so maybe it's not how far down can you go. It's maybe more like about retrieving things from below. Maybe retrieving value. But then are we just making like a classic mining game? Which I've seen classic mining games last year that someone made that was incredible. So like a classic mining game would totally work. How far down can you go and survive? I don't know. Maybe survive isn't important. Dome Keeper style. Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the most obvious things, is going to be like a dig or Dome Keeper kind of like a... It's going to be a digging or something. I see two different directions. What do I want to call that? We're going to call that like setting or something like that. Maybe we call it like setting. These are like possible settings. It could be like mining things underground, exploring in exploring cave complexes, exploring ocean depths. I see the different things that we could do settings. So we've got like underground in the sense of like you're actually digging things up, like you're making a path for yourself. Exploring cave complexes maybe where it's a little less about, it's more like Let's think about some similar games. Some like games with like similar themes. So we said like Dome Keeper, Subnautica, obviously. What are some of the other digging games? Exploring the depths of memory. Yeah, that's less literal and is kind of hard to pull out. Like Psychonauts, right? Like, I don't think people are going to go with Psychonauts. Defending from things coming from the depths. Oh, that's a good idea, Rhiannon Journey. That could be fun. That could be fun. Maybe start from underground and reach the surface so it's not an endless runner. I like that idea, E. I kind of want to avoid an endless runner style thing. Escaping a cave-in with mining, Dome Keeper style with survival aspect, like oxygen not included. Jesus, that's a lot of things. But that could work. Subnautica. SteamWorld Dig. I'm thinking of like SteamWorld Dig. Let's think of scenarios. So possible scenarios. This is more like possible scenarios than it is settings. Finding things underground, exploring cave complexes, exploring ocean depths. I like some of the stuff that we're thinking of. Maybe like defending the surface against creatures from the deep. Against the depths. I don't actually know why you would do these things. So defending the surface against the depths is pretty cool. Starting from the underground and trying to reach the surface. Start underground and try to reach the surface. Surface. I like that. I like that idea. Starting underground and trying to reach the surface. Because, yeah, that would prevent it from being infinite or arbitrarily finishing, like being arbitrarily done at some point. There was one indie game with falling in a bottomless pit. Yeah, that's like Downwell, right? Downwell. DD123, escaping a cave-in with mining, Dome Keeper. Oh, I read that part. Yeah, a town is sinking into the depths of the earth, and you must survive. Okay. Depths. So obviously this is going to be side-scrolling, right? Like that's the only way to do this easily, right? Anything else would be crazy. Unless I just recreate like my isometric auto tiler. Which if I had generalized it and made it a certain way, we could have done it, but we're not going to do like a crazy isometric like depth thing. That would be too hard. But it's so funny because our main game is so much about this. It's about like managing the crew of a ship with like vertical decks. So you're like actually trying to like figure things out in 3D and stuff. Mining is obvious. Some kind of defense thing is obvious. Some kind of not an endless runner, but like some kind of runner game to escape the surface is obvious. Nothing that I've done before is like I'm not a side-scrolling platformer kind of person. But I understand getting that up and running would be quick and easy, relatively. I think tomorrow I need to like figure out if I can get my sit stand working. Because right now I have to stand while I stream, the way I've set everything up, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that for 8 hours. I think I can do that for 4 hours, but Recursively going deeper into details like skin, cells, atoms, or into minds, dreams, inception, like maybe. I think that would be super cool, No Jewel. And I think if I was like on a team and I like had an artist and stuff, I think I would be tempted to do stuff like that. But we need to lean on our very, very limited set of art skills. So I am tempted to do something like underground. Like even something ocean-based is a little scary to me because then I'm going to have to like draw fish and stuff like that. But I guess that's not meaningfully very different. I guess we want to decide whether you're underground or you're like under the ocean. I like underground better than being under the ocean because the ocean is big and it'd be hard to like... Exploring ocean depths like a trench, like the Marianas Trench. I can't remember how that's spelled. Is that how the Marianas Trench is spelled? For some reason. I don't know why you would explore a cave complex. Like we really need a strong goal. Like I get how far down can you go and survive, retrieving things of value from below, defending against creatures from below. Escaping either up or down from something. Why do I use punctuation sometimes? We want a good strong verb of like what the player is doing and why. We want some really strong like what, how, why stuff. Where? Are you doing it in GDScript or in C#? No S at the end. It's the Mariana Trench. Thanks. Thanks, DD. Oh, is that not true? Mariana's Trench is a pop band. Mariana Trench is an oceanic trench. Okay, so there's a very big difference between those two things. We're talking about the ocean trench. Dave the Diver. Oh, you're fucking killing me. No, Joel, that's a genius. I mean, I am Dave. I'm not the Dave the Diver, though. That'd be good. Running from something. What if you're a diver in the depths with low oxygen and have to go back to the surface? I think the interplay of going up and down is pretty good. Like, what if it's basically... What if it's kind of basically Dome Keeper sort of style? In that, like, you keep coming up from the surface and then going down and then coming back up. I'm going to want to avoid doing anything where I have to, like, draw, like, a human in, like, a diver suit, though. I'm, like, not going to be able to do that very well. I don't think. I can do, like, a robot, maybe. But I think I would struggle to do a human diver. No, Jewel, or something like the anime Into the Abyss, finding a loved one in game mechanic. Easy to go down, you might get corrupted, die when going up fast. Underwater drones. Okay. This one can't. Start underground, try to reach the surface. Diving deeper and deeper. Upgrading equipment. I don't know. Like a diving game seems cool and makes sense. I think this is actually a pretty strong theme for Ludum Dare this time. I'm actually pretty pleased with this. I think we upvoted it. Yeah, we did. This is at least partly our fault. Compo ends in less than 48 hours. I should not be spending my time, like, Like, what even? I'm having too much fun. All right. This person is not happy about this. All right, we're not going to get distracted. There's a game called Deep Sea Adventure. You have to go deeper and deeper to get the treasure, but the more treasure you have, the harder it gets. Oh, that could be interesting. Roguelike, where you need to level up to stand pressure to go even deeper. Yeah, I think that sort of thing is cool. I would rather than doing like a human diver, I would like to do like a little submarine or something. Like maybe a little diving pod. Like, with... I don't know. I don't think these things exist, but I'm thinking of like, you know, one of those like orbular like diving pods with like robot arms or something like that. I think that sort of thing would be pretty cool. We have to kind of decide whether it's going to be harder, what the consequences are of doing underwater versus like underground. Underwater is pretty crazy, and I'm not super confident I'll be able to do like a convincing like water shader in like 24 hours. I don't want to get bogged down trying to do a water shader, so I'm like kind of afraid of that. So I'm kind of tempted to go further into something that's like just underground. I really liked, what was the game last year? Tristram? Tristram, I think, would have been good for this. I think Tristram would have been awesome. Because Tristram was like, you send these little mobs underground and they keep trying to go further and further. So party management is like pretty cool. Obviously we can't do this because we don't have the art. But like some kind of management thing could be cool too. Like you're not necessarily controlling just one character. You're doing more of like a strategy game thing. This game was so good. Did it not even get rated? Or is that all down here? Oh, this is the itch page, not the Ludum Dare page. Yeah. Something like Tristram is a good thing to keep in mind. That's like dungeon delving. You like the sea moth from Subnautica? I love the sea moth from Subnautica. All right, we're like less than an hour in and like my back is killing me. So that's not a great sign, but it's fine. All right, yeah, I'm tempted to not do something underwater because I think underwater is going to be like really hard to do well. There's a lot of opportunity for atmosphere. Okay, let's go back to some of our constraints. Let's go back to some of our constraints and let's think about those. So we can do pixel art. We can't do 3D art. We can do mechanical or mostly static structures and animations. We can't do anything humanoid or animal. We want one gameplay mechanic. One gameplay mechanic. A single one. No water then? Yeah, I think that will be better, you know, because I think when you add water, you have all of these concerns. You have a ton of concerns that result from you using water. And I'm a little afraid of just the burden on the art. Because also if we do water, we need like coral, we need like sea life, we need like fish, and I don't know, fish accessories. .4 ocean stuff is the analog music production. The fact that we're limited to like basic stringed instruments like mandolin, guitar, bass. Means we do want kind of a twangy little thing. So obviously for a following wind, we did like sea shanties. So I can't use my sea shanties again, really. It feels like it would be in poor taste to like just record another set of sea shanties. And by another, I mean like the exact same set of sea shanties we did last time. Because it's not like I've learned new sea shanties. I don't learn sea shanties very often. But we can do like a Firefly core, like stringed instrument kind of thing. So I think the minor or the underground kind of aesthetic, maybe like kind of robotic, kind of rustic aesthetic would be very strong for us. So I'm pretty sure I'd be able to draw dirt. Pretty sure I could draw some dirt. I haven't really done a lot of stuff with a terrain editor, and I'm a little concerned about that, but I bet I could come up with like a, I don't know what you need, like a 15 tile thing for dirt. I think we could figure that out pretty quickly in a day. So I think we're going underground versus underwater. Let's hash that out a little bit. Let's hash that out a little bit here. How many hashtags? Okay, I need another hashtag. I just watched the Primogen's like Terminal Tower like vibe coding game jam, and I'm having such a hard time not just like making jokes about it, about like chaos orbs and like
maximum warp.
No Jewel. Good night, No Jewel. May the dreams, may everything just come to you in your dreams. And I'll see you tomorrow. Yo, Matthew Sparks. Happy Friday. Best of luck. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're sparking some ideas here. Where the theme is depths, and we're thinking about different things about, is this underground, is this underwater, what are we doing? Are we trying to go further down, or are we trying to go from the depths up? Like, are we trying to escape from hell? That would be cool. But I can't draw demons, so we're not going to do escape from hell, but that would be like super, super dope. We'll probably see some people there doing stuff like that, either like doing stuff where you're defending from the depths, stuff against the depths, or you're like bringing things up from the depths. I'm not going to try to metagame this and be like, okay, what's the most obvious thing? Everyone's just going to do SteamWorld Dig. We're not going to do SteamWorld or Dome Keeper or whatever. Like, I'm not going to try to metagame it too much. If we can think of something that we can do that's practical, we'll do it. And we're not going to worry too much about whether other people are also capable of doing it. Thanks, Leandro. Matthew, could also be depths psychologically, like the depths of insanity your job forces you to. But that's a bit abstract. Yeah, what I've learned from Ludum Dare is that you don't do abstract interpretations of the theme. If you do an abstract interpretation of the theme, people are just like, what the F is this? You like ignored the theme. Like my last game, which I just posted a remastered version of, like my last Ludum Dare game, which was Ludum Dare 55's A Following Wind. This was like a sailing game. This was a game about sailing around and like summoning gusts of wind and stuff. You know, it was about like directing ships using gusts of wind. This is not the jam version. This is the post-jam version. But this was cool, but people were constantly like, how is this summoning? How is this a summoning game? There aren't any demons. And I'm like, we're summoning wind. Like, they were like, I just don't see it. So I'm not doing that. I'm not doing an abstract theme interpretation. Here's the link. We just posted this today. If anyone wants to play, check out the remastered version of our last Ludum Dare game. Never ask the audience for too much neuronal activity. Yeah, don't do it. You don't want them to short circuit theme. Check out the remastered version. Yeah, please do. I tried a lot with that. I really did. All right. So considering our constraints, which is we want to do something more mechanical, we want to do something light on crazy art, we're probably going to do something side-scrolling, because Depths is like very obviously a side-scrolly kind of thing. You could argue that you want to do something, you could do something top-down and like slide layers out and stuff like that, which would actually be kind of cool. We actually experimented with something like that where you had like isometric layers and you slice them away to get lower layers and then you slice them back. It might be kind of cool to recreate that. Because I just said I wasn't going to metagame. We're not going to metagame. So we could say, let's do a digging game. But like everyone's going to do a Dome Keeper side-scroller digging game, right? What if we did a top-down digging game? With like, where you like slid off, where you like sliced your way down further and further. Like, what if we did that? That'd be pretty cool, probably, right? And then if we did that, you would only need to proc gen each individual layer. You wouldn't need to like do chunks and like load the chunks in with this like infinite downward canvas or something like that. Kind of tempting. I keep telling myself that I'm not going to do something isometric because it's way harder. And then I end up doing something isometric every time. So, or even 3D like we did with mini delivery, which is the most which is like the most metric we could do. Okay, you're playing Matthew. You're playing the other game in another window, and the application of summoning is actually super cool. You're serious? I really appreciate that. We worked on that version for a couple months, for maybe 2 months after Ludum Dare, and I pushed it as far as I felt I could go, really. And I think it's cool. It's not balanced, and there's no tutorial, so it's kind of just like figure it out. But yeah, I'm very pleased. To be fair to people, Matthew, the LD55 version is like kind of harder to parse. Like if we look at the version from the actual 48-hour version I made, which was my first game in Godot and my first jam game, it's like kind of trash. Like there's like no effects. The wind effect is like really kind of shit. It's like unfortunate. Like you can kind of barely see the gusts of wind. It's like really hard to tell what's going on. I refined a lot. I refined a lot of things that made it much more obvious what was happening in the remaster. To make it a lot better. But yeah, the original version was like kind of hot garbage. But I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of what we did. But it was the opposite. It was the opposite of mini delivery. Mini delivery we finished, and I was like, this game is done. We're done. We did it. We completed it. We did the jam. We're done. Whereas when Following Wind, I worked on it for months because I was like, it's not there. It's not what I had in mind. It like hasn't gotten there yet. But I feel like this remastered version is that. It got there. We got there eventually. And I'm very proud of it. And it gave us our emotes, like ship it. Which I don't think we have on YouTube, but I would like it if I wish we did. Hard to believe that was a year ago. All right, we have ads starting in a minute. I might actually take a break. Might take like a 3-minute break to take some painkillers. My back is killing me. And maybe grab a snack. I might need another snack, and I definitely need more water. But I think we're good. I think we're figuring it out. We're gonna do like a mining or some kind of terrestrial underground kind of thing, where you're either trying to go up or down, some kind of vertical movement. We're gonna maybe do stacked sheets because we're very comfortable and experienced in doing stacked sheets of things. We're gonna do something very mechanized so that we're not having to draw people or anything like that. It's gonna be very robotic or machine based. Maybe it's like a mining, some kind of, Ideally, it would be a game that like takes like 5 to 10 minutes and has a definite ending. That's my dream. Is the why can't I think of the guy that made Inscription? Who's like the goat? Who's like the Ludum Dare goat? Mullins? Daniel Mullins? Yeah, Daniel Mullins always does the same thing with Ludum Dare. They always put the same, well, not always, but very often they're like, this game has a definite ending and is completable in 5 to 10 minutes or something like that. And I love that because it gets people to finish the game. Hey, Aria. Doing LD, yeah? Yeah, we're doing compo. We just started. The theme is depths, and we're starting to think about stuff that we could be doing. Starting to iron it out. Matthew Sparks. It's undeniably cool and an interesting idea. I really appreciate that. Go stock up on. Get ready to game jam. I've been having a lot of back pain, and I thought standing would help, but the lack of movement is almost making it worse. Long time no see. Yeah, exactly. People are coming out of the woodwork this weekend. It's really nice to see. How are you doing? Okay, let me do 2. All right, ad break. I'll be back. 3 minutes. 3 minutes, y'all. Don't go anywhere. Keep brainstorming. Keep it up. We got this. Only like 23 hours left to go. 23 and a half.
piece of territory, stakes it up and digs it and cultivates and grows the land. The cowboy is the one who goes out and finds new territories. I would think of myself as the cowboy, really.
All right, we're back. I got an apple. I cut up an apple, y'all. All right, we got apple. We got a bag. We've got an apple, and we've got a bag of trail mix. Got an apple. Big apple, actually. Honeycrisp. Primo. And a bag of trail mix. Yaria, you thought it was 48 hours. Why 23 and a half? Oh, sorry. No, you're right. It's a 48-hour jam. I'm thinking about, like, actual time, like, that I have. Because, like, we have a schedule. Today's episode 1. We're doing, like, 4 hours. We're going to probably go for another 3 hours or something like that. Probably a little less, maybe 2.5, 3 hours. And the next 2 days, we're going to try to work. We're going to try to stream at least 8 hours a day the next 2 days. So that's like 20 something. It'll probably be more than 20. It'll probably be like 8 to 10. Maybe say 8 to 10 hours. So like practically we have like 24 hours to do the jam. And then additionally, the other thing is, oh, let me bring the schedule back up. The other thing is, like, this game needs to be playable by the end of the second day, by the end of tomorrow. And then day 3 is just going to be, like, iterating and playtesting and stuff, which I've, like, literally never done for a game jam before. We never playtest our game jam games. We just shoot them out into the world. We just one-shot them. And that we can't do that. Also, I kind of messed up and I closed the second window. There we go. I'm actually going to flip these, maybe. Put the constraints over here. Yeah, there we go. Because the constraints are cool, but, like, not as important. Maybe we can do something like this.
So the farmer is the guy who...
There we go. All right, so possible settings is underwater, like in a trench or the deep ocean. We're not going to do this for a number of reasons. I feel this is too demanding for art and sound. I feel like the demand of doing underwater stuff is just too hard. I don't think we can do underwater. So we can do underground, though. Underground, like, I don't know, like anywhere. Like in a cave or just a mountain. I don't know. Or could do side scrolling. Could do something side scrolling. Could do top down. Could do like layered sheets for strata. What if we did like a strata thing, like a stratified thing? Yaria, not how sure I want to do depth. Sounds a weird theme. Good. We're into space. Oh, the depths of space is not something I thought about. That's pretty smart. People have been talking about, like, the depths of the mind, the depths of space. I just went into the earth and the ocean because that's, like, easy. But, yeah, there's definitely options. Depths of space is pretty cool. But, again, we have to be worried about people being like, what do you mean depths of space? What is that? How is this the theme? You made a space game. How is this the theme of the depths? Which somehow always happens, no matter how on point. Easy to draw? That's true. That's true. A space game would be easy to draw. The depths of space would be pretty good. Oh, okay. Outer space. I actually have an idea for this. Outer space. like in deep space. Like out in deep space. Like in what's the name of that space mining game? Delta something. Space mining game. What's that awesome space mining game made? The like really kind of indie one. Depths of Space is pretty cool. Is it too big brain though? Yeah, I'm not sure. You had to think about it for a few milliseconds. Yeah, I know, that's too much. What was that really cool indie asteroid mining game? It's got like really primitive graphics, but it's like really cool. Oh, I'm never gonna find it. It's gonna be gone from my mind. Depths of Debt, you know? You're breaking my heart here. But of course, Eno thinks of the monetary depths. Not Domekeeper, Delta V. Delta V Rings of Saturn. That's the game. This game. Delta V. You're like, where's a good screen of it? You're going out to mine in space, but it's like literally distance based. It's like, there's like the mining base that you start from, and you have to go far enough out. You have to, there's the map here. This little tiny map that's really hard to see. It actually shows how far into like this asteroid belt you made it. And then you have to make it back. That's pretty good. That'd be a pretty good one. That would be pretty light on art with the background. You just need the ship and the... You've not played it, but it looks cool. It's really finicky. Like, it's really hardcore. Like, you blast open the asteroids. It's all about velocity, like matching velocity and stuff. And then once you've blasted the asteroid, you have to like open up your cargo bay and then like fly into the asteroid bits that you blew up so you can capture it in your cargo hold. It's like really cool game. Very much undiscovered. Is it on sale? 57% off. That's pretty good. Outer space, like in outer space, like in an asteroid belt or something. Could be top down and easy on art. Top down. Okay, similar games. That one is Delta V, which I actually straight up can't spell. Is there somewhere that actually... Delta V game. Delta V Rings of Saturn. Yeah, there we go. Delta V Rings of Saturn. Super cool game. That's an interesting idea. Could be top down. With minimal art. With relatively minimal art. It doesn't have to be top down. Actually, I guess it doesn't matter what direction it was. Matthew Sparks, Rings of Saturn is a crazy sounding deathcore band that screams about aliens and plays 200 beats per minute. Weedly Weedly guitar parts. Weedly Weedly, that's great. That's a great onomatopoeia? I don't know. Hardcore, but in a totally different way. Yeah, that's a good idea, Aria. I hadn't even thought of outer space as a possibility. While I was preparing my snack, I thought about like a game where it's like you're working your way through different strata and like you're mining, and like your main thing is like maybe you're like maneuvering Maybe you're like maneuvering mining vehicles or something that go down and like, and there's like different veins of materials. And we like sample each layer when we generate the next layer. So far, all of our ideas are procedural and like endless, which I'm not super thrilled about, but honestly, I don't know if we'd be able to figure out anything else. I think a little strategy game about mining could be fun. I kind of want to aim more on the side of something more strategy oriented rather than something like a platformer or something like that. I don't know. That's hard to do, certainly in 48 hours, but... Oof, okay. What else do I feel about outer space? Would need less environmental art, possibly. Somewhat could be about going out. I think going out and coming back. I think we want the cycle of going out and coming back, like in Dome Keeper. Like, I think that's interesting, is like where you go as far down as you can and then you got to come back up. What if it was a little game more about like later stage Dome Keeper, where you're setting up this mining stuff and you've got to like get the ore back up, and it's about like setting up little routes that let you do that safely. Gotta remember this is gonna be a web game. Did you drag me into outer space? A little bit. The limit on your fuel. Like you're trying to mine, and it sounds like we're getting mining, like, I don't know what to say about outer space. I think that's smart. I think that's a little smart. I think it's a little harder to make it obviously theme oriented. It sounds like we're heading into mining territory. Like, it sounds like we're thinking mostly around something like to do with mining, whether we're doing outer space or underground. Which I think is cool, because I feel like I could draw minerals. Like, I feel like minerals and rocks are within my artistic wheelhouse. I'm not great at drawing rocks, honestly, if I'm being super honest, but I feel like given enough reference material, I could draw a pretty mean rock. So we're thinking about like rocks and like minerals and machines. Matthew, if you're trying to get stuff off the surface and back into space, there could be reasons the atmosphere and surface of the planet are dangerous, progressively so as you go back up into the depths of space. I was thinking more like in Delta V, because you're kind of going further out. You're going out into the depths of space, and you need to make sure you have enough velocity to get back. And the cool thing about Delta V is, like, as you collect more material, that reduces your Delta V. So, like, the more stuff you try to... So it's a gamble. There's a calculation you need to make where you're like, I can take this much stuff in my hull. I can carry this much stuff in the cargo hold. But it affects my ability to get back safely. We require more minerals. Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking of the game as like a 3D grid, mainly because that's where I spend the vast majority of my mental time nowadays, is in a 3D grid. But it's rendered in like 2D sheets. We're very close to accidentally recreating our isometric auto tiler. But there was something I got rid of in our main game, which was this whole like activity of like slicing sheets off and then like bringing them back in. It was so effing cool. I kind of want to do that again. It would give room for the UI as well. You're gonna take a nap and think? That's a good idea, Arya. Good luck. Good luck in your thinking. All right. I think we're heading in a direction. I said we wanted one mechanic. We have to decide what that one mechanic is. Like there really can only be one thing that we're trying to do. Like in Delta V, it's you're collecting asteroids or you're collecting minerals from asteroids. And the whole thing is about balancing your fuel in your Delta V so that you can actually get back with the minerals. Like it's to get back and survive. Which way you going? Space or cave? I'm thinking more underground. Because space is cool, but I am having a harder time relating it to the theme in my mind. I think it would be cool, but I feel like we'd actually be implementing something very similar. I think space is too unbounded is the problem. Like in a cave, it's really easy to say, like, you can only go here or here. But in a space, it's like very open, and that's a little bit of a problem. But I'm still tempted by outer space, and we might actually head back in that direction in a moment. We'll see. We'll see. This is like a pathfinding. We're pathfinding right now, and we're spreading our little fingers out, our little paths out through the network. We're trying to test. We're trying to figure out where we're going. And then once we find the best route, we're just going to collapse into that one route, and that's going to be where we go. But that's fine, because today is about three things. Today is about preparation, which we didn't do, theme exploration, which didn't help us, and then brainstorming. What can we even? This is pretty much all we're supposed to do today is brainstorming what can we even. And we're going to be streaming for at least 2 more hours. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about the exploration here. Then we just have to make a whole game tomorrow. No big deal. NBD. Again, whatever we come up with today needs to be implementable in one day. So doing something that I'm familiar with is definitely something I'm leaning towards. So we're heading more into the direction of retrieving things of value from below. Because I think it is interesting that you need to take something from below and bring it back up to the surface. I'm fine with it being like an automation kind of thing. Some kind of automatable sort of thing. I'm thinking about veins of minerals. I'm thinking about the generation of the underground play area. I'm thinking we do veins of minerals. We do like pockets of open space. And we do things like fluid dynamic. Well, here's where it's crazy. Do we do fluid dynamics? Do we do lava? There needs to be some kind of threat. If you're like mining through areas and opening up areas, you need kind of like a fear that you're going to go too far. Which could be lava, which could be, you know, demons, or both lava and demons, like we were playing Dwarf Fortress. Pomp Rocks, welcome in. Wow, that was loud. Sorry about that. How about doing it turn-based and kind of like Oregon Trail, but down? Okay. Okay. So, like, you're guiding, like, a caravan or something. Or maybe you're, like, trying to set something up. Like, you've landed on this planet, and it's like, you need to set up our mining operation here. You need to, like, expand from, like, our base on the top and expand downwards. But you're thinking of making it a little bit more strategic, a little bit more resource-oriented, which I love. That's more the direction I would want to take it than something like just Dome Keeper. We're going to try to avoid just making Dome Keeper. Because Dome Keeper is amazing. But we're not going to be able to make Dome Keeper. But anyway, welcome in, Pomp Rocks. Are you participating in Ludum Dare as well? Oregon Trail, Straight to Hell edition. Yeah. That could be cool. I'm thinking about something like that. You have an idea, but you'll see how motivated you get. Nice, nice, yeah. I'm committed. We were committed to doing this. Did I even write anything when we were doing the theme list thing for depths? Literally something spelunking or nautical. That's literally all I said. And then probably favors a side-scroller type of game. Wow, thanks for not helping me at all. Initial thoughts. So we have a bunch of ideas. It's like, how far down can you go and survive, defending against creatures from below, escaping either up or down from something, retrieving things of value from below. I kind of like something about like establishing like a presence, establishing a presence in the depths below. I'm thinking about like automation or something like that, or like deployment of stuff where it's like you're building towards something, and so you're like exploring down, and you like maybe you see a vein of minerals and you try to follow that vein, and maybe that vein bottoms out, maybe it just goes nowhere, or maybe it opens up into like a cavernous space and like a machine that you have like falls through or something like that, or like, yeah, maybe you like set things in motion, and then you kind of, ooh, what if it's like a build a bridge, but about creating a ramp? Okay. Here's something that just popped into my head. What if it's like 3D Tetris, and you have all this mining equipment that you're setting up, and it just like works its way down through the layers. And so you're trying to set them up in the right position to like maximize what you're doing. And if you mess it up, like things could happen. Like maybe a mining thing dips down, and it like finishes and like crashes down to the next layer, and it's like an empty cavern, so it just keeps going and like breaks or something. Or maybe it goes down, and you should have had it go down and to the left, but because you didn't, it like cracked open like a lava field or something. Ooh, okay. This 3D Tetris thing I'm kind of into. I'm kind of, because you might have different equipment that has like different shapes and like does different parts of the it's like you're sending down equipment from above and trying to place it in the right area. That could be fun. And for that, we just need to create some different machine-like things of different dimensions with different purposes. That could be cool. That could be cool. This is both establishing a presence in the depths below and like retrieving things of value from below. And like maybe it's also like automating an industrial mining process, something like that. This is like, again, we want one mechanic. We want one game mechanic. And if that one game mechanic is like placing machines or replacing them, that could be fine. I have something in my head about how I think the visuals would work. Okay. Oregon Trail Underground. That's a cool idea. I'm trying to avoid things like colonists and stuff like that, but maybe that's actually part of it. Maybe part of it is like it's like this Tetris thing, and you're kind of hollowing out this space, and it's like you're redeploying things. It's like very Frostpunk, where it's like stuff isn't really, or I can't think of it, but it's like the city builder game where like everything's temporary and you're moving stuff around. Like you're not building one complete city. It's like my favorite city builder game of the last like few years, and I can't think of it. Against the Storm, where you're like building these things up, and it's like you move them around as the resources move too. The one mechanic. We're going to have one mechanic. We need one core thing that's like the thing. The one thing that we are doing. I don't know why I'm writing this down as a list, if it's going to be just one thing. But that's generally what people want you to do. And I'm thinking like little colony builder, mining game, really simple. You just set yourself up. It doesn't need to be an endless scorekeeper or an endless score chaser thing. It can just be like a little one and done little thing. You played a bunch of that game, Against the Storm. I love Against the Storm. It is the best city builder I've played in years. I haven't played it as much as it deserves. It's one of those like don't know half of you, half as well as you, whatever. I don't remember. This list of games, similar games I've written down here, this is just like name dropping a bunch of random games. I'm gonna say random games. Random games. This is now a list of just random games. All right, the one mechanic. What if it's placing? We could even say replacing. Replacing. Maybe you have to like, if you want to replace the thing, you have to lift it up out and then like place it down somewhere else. Oh, there you go, Matthew. I don't know half of you, half as well as I should like, and I like less than half of you, half as well as you deserve. Yeah. It's a great line. You can't not hear the whole quote in your head. I do love Ian Holm. Ian Holmes? Is his name plural? I thought it was singular. It's Ian Holm. Ian Holm is like the GOAT. So good. I was very upset when they brought him back in Romulus. That made me want to, like, cry. All right, so I'm thinking about replacing colony structures, replacing colony mining structures in a 3D, in a Tetris-like, process to establish and exploit minerals planets, to exploit I don't know, like a trenches to underground minerals. You're like building up this colony mining infrastructure, and like It's this like Tetris kind of like game. I'm kind of tuning into this idea. I'm thinking about it. I'm kind of being an idiot because this is like exactly what I'm doing during my main game. I'm like taking FTL, which is like chess, and I'm making like isometric 3D FTL, which is like 3D chess, and now I'm here like, wait, what if we took like Tetris and made it like 3D Tetris? And you're like planting these down. You Google Ian Holm, one of the first results is fans criticize bringing back Ian Holm and Romulus. It was disgusting. I love Ian Holm, and that was horrible. It was so, I mean, it's like whatever, he's a robot in the movie, so like you can get away with it, I guess, but like it was not, I'm displeased by that. Otherwise, it was a pretty good film, I'll say. It was like a 7 out of 10. Tetris-like machinery. Yeah, you know, Moss, we're thinking of like Tetramino. Tetramino. How do you spell Tetramino? That's how you do it, right? Tetramino. Is it with or without the O? A tetramino is a geometric shape composed of 4 squares connected orthogonally. Yeah. Tetramino-like machines that need to be lifted out of the shaft and replaced when exhausted. That's like what I'm thinking of, is you're dropping these things in and then you need to like remove them. Or they just keep falling. Like if the ground underneath them is gone, they'll just fall down another level. And if you want to move them, you have to like do tricks. Let's add that to the dictionary. And you're like going down and down and down and down, trying to establish this colony. That you can move around a 3D vertical tunnel. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. We have like a 3D vertical shaft, and it's represented as like maybe 2D isometric layers, a lot like our game. And so you can see that. Because I don't think this would work side on. I don't think you could do this side on. You could obviously do it top down, but I think side on there wouldn't be enough. There wouldn't be enough interactivity or there wouldn't be enough spatial relations. Pomp rocks. If you like Tetris, maybe you build up somehow the previous layers have some persistent effect. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking about it like maybe some things, like maybe you have mining pieces that like they keep working and they'll fall down to the next layer. Like they'll dig out the ground under them, and then once they're done, they'll fall down to the next layer. So if you don't stop that and like lift them out or move them or something, maybe you could have some stuff that moves them. But then you have other stuff that you can put that's persistent. Like maybe there's like maybe there can be like a refinery, and the refinery isn't like something you move. You could move it, but it's not something that's going to like mine itself out from under. But it is somewhere that you need to like send the resources to so they can be like lifted out or something like that. Something about this mining exchange. You like the idea, but would it be like a puzzle or more like a mining game? I think it would be more like a mining game. I think it would be because people effing love mining games. I'm one of them. Like, you know, the classic like Steam. I don't know. There's many other kinds of games like this, like SteamWorld Dig, Dome Keeper, stuff like that. People love going down, digging up stuff, bringing it back out. Like, that's a very compelling loop. And if the one thing you're doing is placing and replacing the structures, that's really clean. And that's actually something I know how to do. And the only thing we'd really need to do, here's our problem. We would need industrial sound effects, which I could probably achieve with like I turn on my my electric shaver or something like that, and then I like pitch it down or whatever, and like you've got a heavy machinery or something like that. Like we can probably Foley record a lot of heavy machinery and not actually have that big of a problem. Or like if I want bangs, I like just hit some kitchen stuff together, or like I don't know. Like I'm not that concerned about that. And like if I wanna simulate a cave-in, oh maybe you need to like support. Maybe you need to keep cave-ins from happening too. Like maybe it's this 3D shaft and you have to manage this because you want to pursue the veins of ore down, but you also want to do it in a way that you can like that will like be sustainable. What about a platform where you get machinery from, but also where you put the minerals? Maybe. So that in my mind is like more of like a crane, maybe, right? Like you have like a crane. Like in like a crane game, you can like go around and like go down and pick something up. Or you can go down and like place something maybe. Let's say, or maybe a crane like object or a crane like mechanism for dropping things down and lifting them back up. Or moving. Lifting or moving them around. That could be interesting. Having like some kind of thing you can control. But yeah, I think there should be some kind of platform where you can like, I think there should be some kind of way to deliver the resources back up and out. The way you would do that would be like in Dome Keeper, you can get the thing that projects down, and it projects a straight line down, and it's like a conveyor belt. Maybe like a... So this is the one mechanic is going to be... I'm just gonna keep adding on to this. So like, what about a vertical conveyor belt that lifts I would say a central vertical conveyor belt that lifts minerals back. I kind of want you to have to set those things up. I don't know. That lifts minerals. Maybe a vertical conveyor belt that lifts minerals up and out like the one in Dome Keeper. The one you can get. You don't always have it, but you can get in Dome Keeper. This isn't really about the one mechanic anymore. I think we have the one mechanic, which is this managing these machines and structures. And maybe you can place a machine and it will move. Kind of like the little dino guy you can deploy in Dome Keeper, and it'll run to the left and like mine stuff, and you can pick him up and like put him somewhere else, and he'll run to the right and mining stuff. A Sokoban of digging machines. Yeah, something like that. I'm kind of interested in that. I kind of like this direction a little bit. I see some possibilities here. If any of you steal my idea, I kill you. I'm kidding. Okay, I think we have a core idea that we can start digging into, which is not bad. It's barely been an hour. Say like core concept. I actually kind of want to write freeform for a minute on this, but I'm not going to do it because I have this weird format I've been holding. Let's stop doing bulleted lists is what we should probably stop doing. I'm going to have this be the one comment. So this is our idea. Replacing colony mining structures or machines in a Tetris-like process to exploit underground minerals. Right. I kind of like the bullet point, actually. So the core idea is that, like, from the surface, you descend into the depths by deploying various mining machines and structures that excavate out a 3D, a trench, like a deep trench. What we should do is, I don't know how, there will probably be like a hard edge where you like can't expand any further. But we can make that easy by making like horizontal movement very hard, and like your instinct is to go vertical. Because fundamentally, horizontal movement would be tough here. If it's this kind of Tetris thing, like once you've deployed something, it's like you have a limited set of means to like move it. You have to like redeploy it. There should obviously be some means to like move things horizontally. But this is the core concept. So from the surface, you descend into the depths by deploying various mining machines and structures that excavate out a deep trench, returning valuable minerals to the surface. This is Dome Keeper. This is like the core concept, the same. Where the goal and the fundamental thing going on in your head is like basically the same. There's no tower defense segment. We're not doing a tower defense segment. But this is going to be a lot different. It's more of a strategy game. We're going to do this a lot more like a strategy sort of thing. You're not going to have a controllable character, I don't think. I mean, or you could think of it a different way. You have multiple little controllable things. And maybe machines are deployed in a semi-random Tetris-like manner. They will, if they, how about they may fall, they may delve down on their own as they dig out the layers underneath them and need to be redeployed by lifting them back out. Mechanics. I don't know. I'm just gonna start. We're just gonna do bullet point randomness because like I can't keep organizing this stuff. I just need to start putting some ideas on paper, and then we can arrange them. I'm like very much like a control freak when it comes to that. When like comes to like arranging ideas. But it's okay. I think we're quieting down. I think people are going to sleep or having dinner or whatever. I think people are tuning out. And that's cool because I think we're going to start digging into the more nitty-gritty stuff. I think the basic idea is here. Jal 7, nitty gritty is fine too. Good to see you, nitty gritty, Jal 7. I'm glad you're still here. I wasn't sure if you said you're also Ludum Daring or if you're just hanging out, but appreciate it. Appreciate you hanging out with us either way. Yeah, you're doing it too. Are you compoing, or do you have a team put together? I mean, you can also be jamming solo. I don't want to imply that you can't jam solo. I just literally can't work on this Monday. I have to be done by Sunday. I didn't take any time off of work. I actually worked a full day today, and I am like dying. So I just like doing compo because it forces me to do the whole thing over the weekend. And it's nice to get a little attention on the game before all the jammers finish. Because I feel like once the jammers finish, it's really hard to get organic discovery on the Ludum Dare page. So it's like you need to get traction early. Right. Compo, yeah, same. 2 days better than 3 scheduling wise. I agree. Twitch streaming would help getting attention though, right? Yes, actually. But I think there's like diminishing returns on ratings, honestly. You want enough ratings so that you get, rated at the end. But I realized last year, because I streamed like the whole week after Ludum Dare, and so many people played my game, and my game was such shit, that it just kind of dragged my score down, I think. Because just so many people played it. Because I was playing other people's games, and all I did was ask that they play my game. So yeah, I think I'm going to go a little lighter on it, because I think you just need... I think the best thing is to just come up with an icon, a project icon for the homepage there, for the Ludum Dare page, like a title screen. You just need the title screen to be really, really good. To like really grab people. That's what I learned last time, because my title screen was terrible, and it or title image or whatever you want to call it, and like nobody All right, so recovery or refinement is like getting the minerals back out. Maybe how about like minerals? What did I do here? Okay. Maybe like minerals can be refined down, removing slag and making them easier to lift back out of the mine. Lift back out. I think that's kind of cool. So if you can do refinement down at the depths, it takes less time or less effort to lift the minerals back out. think that'd be cool. So recovery could also be like mined or minerals need to be lifted back out for export. This can be done manually or automatically. So you could probably like have the crane like manually go down and like lift stuff back out, or you could like set up machines to do it for you, because like you only have the one crane and it like needs to be doing stuff. That could be like the main limiter of just like spamming stuff, is like you have the one crane. Making this crane work correctly is going to be kind of hard, but I think it's doable. Maybe slag fills up space in the trench eventually. That could be cool. Okay, I think we have a concept. I have something in my head. I have this kind of isometric trench-like structure, and at the top you have like your crane, and the crane can pull random pieces off. It can pull a random piece off standby, so you can introduce a new machine, or you can lift up an old machine and like redeploy it, or like discard it maybe. Like you're like, I don't want this machine anymore. I want to try to get something else. I don't have room for it, or something like that. And so you're like digging out this 3D trench. What would the win condition be though? Like, how do you know when you've won something like this? And everything is mechanical or mostly static. Hey, someone's been paying attention. Someone's been paying attention to my art constrictions. Yeah, it's mostly... I haven't drawn a lot of machines, but I feel like I'm going to be able to do it. Especially because they can be small. These can be like real small beans here. Do we want it? I wonder what the perspective is going to be. Do you think this perspective will be more traditional isometric, or it's going to be more like the Digital Iliad dimetric perspective? I'm tempted to do more dimetric thing because it would be more interesting. It's more interesting in terms of like depth. And everything can be drawn more side on. But it's also a little harder. Maybe traditional isometric could be fun. All right, we got ads coming up in a minute here. I might take an ad break just to like sit down because like my back hurts. Or maybe lie down, honestly. Probably what I'll do for 3 minutes. But I think I'm very excited about this direction we're heading in. This kind of mining game thing. We got to think about what the win condition would be. Maybe things just get hard. Maybe you like are more likely to like accidentally mine into a lava field. And to like neutralize the lava, you have to like find like an aquifer or something and like turn it into like obsidian, or like you can't dig through it. Maybe you have higher and higher quotas you have to meet. So eventually you do just straight up lose. All right, I'm going to be right back. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out today. This really helps me. Hope everyone's doing good in their own brainstorming. And if you take my idea, I kill you. Just kidding. But maybe not. But totally just kidding. Or am I? All right. I think we're doing good. I should have taken that opportunity to put like a sweater on or something, but we're chilling. I am snacking a lot, which is a bit of an issue because there's like, I'm supposed to have dinner soon. But who has time for dinner when you're Ludum Daring? We'll have to pick a good, we'll have to pick a good, palette. But we have a ton of palettes. Wow, this is bright. Hold on. Stretch. Hey, Smooth in a second. Thank you for the stretch. That's epic. Great timing. Have you heard the idea? Been hanging out? All right, so the theme is depths. We went through a bunch of different ideas about like goals you could have or scenarios or settings or whatever. And then we tried to think of one mechanic, and we're thinking of like a 3D, not 3D, but like 3D like my game is 3D, like layers. And we're thinking about having a mechanic be like you're placing colony like or mining, you're placing like mining structures or machines in like a Tetris-like process to exploit these underground minerals. Like you're trying to dig down, and the only thing you really can do is like you have like a crane, and you can like place down machines or maybe lift them back up. And so there are all these like tetromino, like Tetris-shaped, kind of like weirdly shaped different machines and stuff that need to be lifted out and or like put back down. And if you have like a mining machine, maybe it'll like mine out the layer underneath it and like fall down to the next layer. And like maybe that's good, but like maybe you need to like stop it and like move it, or it's gonna like open up like a lava tube or something like that, or like flood the mine with water or something like that. And then you need to like lift materials back out, like kind of like the conveyor belt and Dome Keeper. Yeah, so you need to be able to keep going down, and you need to like not get yourself stuck. Like you could imagine a situation where you like flood a level with lava, and then you need to like figure out a way to like flood that area with water so that the lava and water will like turn into obsidian and you can dig through it. Something like that, where you're like trying to, and because of overhangs and stuff like that, and maybe machines that dig sideways, like maybe there's a miner that instead of digging down, it digs out. And so like you need to worry about overhangs and like cave-ins and stuff, but it's just this little 3D shaft that you're like trying to manage, and you're trying to dig deeper and deeper. And it's kind of puzzly, kind of strategy, kind of like, we really just want the one mechanic, which is like you placing and lifting machines out. And so you just place these different machines and you kind of work on them. And we have some different ideas around that. You like the sound of it? Yeah, I think so. It's a little concerning. It's a little big. It feels a little big. But it's also very much in our wheelhouse because it's depending on like stuff that we understand really well. Like layered tile maps and like, as Eno said, we've managed to make it so we've managed to stick to our pixel art constraints, which is like we really need to just do mechanical or mostly static structures, and we needed to have something that will like work with our like Firefly core like analog music production stuff. Like we're like limited to stringed instruments, and like doing Foley art. I can imagine doing Foley art for these machines using like beard trimmers and like hair cutters and like blow dryers and stuff. Like I can imagine putting all of this stuff together, and it's one mechanic, one gameplay mechanic, which is dropping and lifting things. And I haven't done one of these isometric play areas, like the isometric play area in GDScript using just the tile map. We've done it for our FTL, like we do things a little differently, but I think I can do this. This feels doable. So yeah, we're thinking of the core concept is from the surface you descend into the depths by deploying various mining machines and structures that excavate out a deep trench, returning valuable minerals to the surface. So maybe we could do like crazy, like the late stage capitalist thing where maybe you have quotas, like Lethal Company style. Like maybe there's like quotas and you have to keep meeting higher quotas until eventually you just can't meet the quotas anymore and you lose. Something like that. Or maybe you actually can exhaust, maybe you can actually exhaust the planet of minerals and just win. That'd be cool too. Yeah, so it has an end. Yeah, well, you kind of want it to have a win condition and not just a lose condition, right? So yeah, so maybe you can actually you can actually mine out all the minerals. And so the deployment is like machines are going to be deployed in like a semi-random Tetris-like manner. I kind of like that. Like what if different machines would come out kind of randomly to like the loading platform or whatever, and like you could pick them up like Tetris style and deploy them, but like you're not in control of which machine you get next maybe. So you have to decide. Maybe you have to just deploy it out of the way and go for the next one. And then maybe they delve down on their own if they're like vertical diggers, or maybe they dig out. Like maybe you have different machines, like one's maybe like I dig out, like you place me down and I start digging out around me or something like that, or maybe I go to the left or I go to the right, or I go in like a spiral, or just have different machines with different simple behaviors, and your crane can put them down and pick them back up, but only if there's like free space between you. So if you have like a cave in or something, and like now there's dirt above it, or like maybe like, or maybe you put it down and it went over to the left and now you can't get to it, so you have to like let it go or like do something else. Like, that's cool. Do you have a list of machines or behaviors yet? You're killing me. You're killing me, Smooth in a second. They revealed the theme an hour and a half ago. We barely came up with our idea. Fazor, thank you for the follow, regardless of how your name is pronounced. I really appreciate that. If you're a Ludum Daring, I wish you a happy Ludum Dare as well. We'll be doing this all weekend. We'll pick up reasonably early tomorrow. We'll go all day tomorrow, and we'll go all day Sunday. The jam ends at 6 p.m. my time, Pacific time. 6 p.m. Pacific. We're going to keep brainstorming. We set aside the whole day for brainstorming. Our schedule for today was preparation, which we didn't do, theme exploration, which was useless, and then brainstorming. And I'm actually mildly shocked that we came up with an idea in like an hour and a half. Yeah, it just dropped. We just started streaming like a few hours ago, 3 hours ago. But we need a small idea because we want this game to be playable by the end of day tomorrow. And then day 3, we can just iterate on content and do some playtesting. We're going to try to be really responsible. Really the only thing I want is to have a simple thing, but we're going to need to start planning stuff out. We should probably keep ideating a little bit and then maybe do some planning for tomorrow. Just think about some of the art and sound that we need. Well, maybe we don't have to think about that. Maybe we can think about the art and sound later, but we got to think about what kind of stuff we need to code. I have the idea for the 3D game area. I think the other fun thing about moving the machines is that minerals are going to need to be lifted back out for export. So this could be done manually or automatically. So maybe like early on, you actually have to spend time with your crane to like go down and like pick up minerals and bring them back out. But maybe later on you can get like a thing that deploys. Like maybe you can get a thing that like deploys a conveyor belt upwards some distance, and so you like got to place that and like get the materials there or something, or you lift them and drop them into that and that'll automate it for you to some extent. That could be cool. I was thinking about like refinement, like mineral refinement. Maybe it's like if you place a mineral refiner, you can refine the minerals down so you can remove all the slag and stuff and make them easier to lift out of the trench. Like either it's quicker for you or it's like quicker for the conveyor belt. Like maybe your claw like moves at different speeds or something, depending on how big the thing it is that it picks up. Like basically really make the economy all about this claw crane thing that you use to move everything. I think that's cool. The claw, yeah. These are my early ideas, and I think this is good. What we should do is put something like complications, or maybe like complications. Like maybe this is like stuff that can happen. Like you could dig out areas of ground, dig out enough. Dig out around areas causing cave-ins, like Dwarf Fortress, I don't know, like DF. So you could accidentally dig out around areas causing a cave-in. I'm gonna say unsupported. That could be a cool machine too, or structure, where you can like deploy a structure and it like expands out and like puts like support structures down or something like that. Like you could deploy something and it's like, boom, I'm a structure now. You can dig out around me and I'll hold up the earth or something like that. Like there's some cool stuff I can think of. So you could dig out unsupported areas. You could maybe like dig into an aquifer, flooding the trenches. Dig into a lava tube, flooding the trenches. I don't know if there's going to be any actual enemies. I think it's mainly going to be environmental obstacles. It could be like break machines by dropping things onto them. You could totally break a machine, I think, maybe. Like if you drop a machine on another machine, that should cause something bad to happen. All right, so here's a question I have. Serious question. Not sure what the answer is. Are we thinking ISO or DISO? That's funny. Isometric or dimetric? Or side-on? I don't want to do side-on because I think the 3D nature of it adds a lot. I think if we do side-on, we're very limited in the kind of placement stuff that we can do. I'm kind of torn because ISO is cool in one way. And I'm kind of interested in doing isometric because I've never done it before. But we have more experience with dimetric, and I think dimetric favors itself for verticality. I think doing something more vertical is to our advantage. What's the background color of this? Pink? I don't love it, but it's what we got. Wait. Oops. I guess the scale matters. It's going to be, we're talking small things. We're talking relatively small things here. We'll probably end up doing like the Digital Iliad standard block size. But I am not sure on the projection we want to use. I see benefits. I see advantages and disadvantages to both. I'm leaning dimetric. I accidentally copied this over with its texture. Let's just think about this for a minute. So, like I said, isometric is good for getting a better overview of things. Dimetric is better for more verticality. I'm a little worried because you have this whole claw structure thing. It'll be a little harder to see, to orient your depth. But it'll be easier to present the verticality in dimetric. I'm actually not sure. If anyone has an opinion, I would love to hear it. I'm not sure between isometric or dimetric. It's basically a choice between 2:1 or 4:1 pixel ratios, horizontal, vertical pixel ratios. I'm probably going to go with dimetric because I think it's better for showing verticality. It's easier to draw because some stuff can be drawn side on. And it would be more relevant practice for my main game. We'll need to pick a palette. I think we'll do diametric. Unless there are objections, I think we're gonna do diametric. If your goal is practice, diametric makes the most sense. Hey, Conquest Axe, how's it going? Are you Ludum Daring? How are things going for you? Happy Friday, regardless. And thanks for hanging out. I think you're right because we haven't actually had a lot of opportunity. I've done a lot of diametric drawing of like basic structures, like ramped surfaces, and we've obviously, I don't need to show off my doors and stuff. Like we have practice drawing diametric, but what I haven't drawn very much are machines. I've drawn doors, I've done walls, I've done structures, I've done some computer consoles, as you can see. I've done a little stuff with characters. What we haven't done is machines. And we could do diametric and kind of like what I'm doing here with the foreground characters and really kind of lean into, make things look kind of more side-on with just like a hint of perspective. Like the chairs and these characters aren't really diametric. They're almost just side on. And so diametric's kind of nice because you get kind of this, you almost get this kind of pop-up book kind of effect you can do if you put the background in perspective, but the foreground stuff, the foreground elements are a little more flat. You're just dipping your toes into game dev stuff? Yeah, no worries. Hell yeah. Welcome in. You hoping to absorb some by watching people create their games? Well, I'm creating a whole game over the next 48 hours, so... Here's hoping I do something worthy of, you know, absorption. All right, yeah, I think that's what we're gonna go. I think we're going diametric. I think it's good practice. I'm a little concerned about some of the stuff I have in mind, but I have this web build is probably, it should be single threaded so more people can play it, but I kind of want to add thread support because I feel like we're going to need the multiple threads for this game for what we're planning, but maybe not. Maybe there'll be so little happening, excuse me, that we can do this with a single thread. I haven't done a lot of threading in GDScript. I should honestly... Oh no, C# doesn't have web support yet, so I guess it's not even an option to do it in C#. What am I looking for? This. All right, so let's start blocking out play space. So we're gonna grab my DI block. We could also use smaller blocks like this. We don't have to use the full DI block. We could even go somewhere in between. Because this is a 32 by 32 block, which I think is pretty big. Especially if we're thinking of machines having like multiple shapes. Like some machines being like, if we're doing tetrominoes and all the machines have like this like different shape to them, different shapes to them. And maybe we want to do a smaller block like this. But I don't love this. I definitely like this more at this scale. if we're doing the mid-size block. But I think the big block is still good, and I think gives us plenty of room. So if we do something like this, and we place a block, and we're going to try to find the middle. I guess we could easily find the middle by turning the grid on. I really hope... All right, so 640 by 320. Is that right? That does not right. Doesn't sound right. No, that's not right. What is it? 640 by 360. That's our canvas size. I should probably start the project. I should probably actually build the project file and get the Git repo up and everything. Should probably do that. Wow, this grid is... Why is the grid tessellating like this? Because it's 360? I don't love that. All right, let's try to center this. This is 170, this is 180. So this goes up by 15. This goes down by 17. Okay, so we need to move this up one. And then that's our grid. Okay, so here's a center block. Let's just start tessellating this and see what we have. I'm pretty sure I know what we have in terms of maximum space to work with. But let's just see. We want to leave plenty of room. So I'm thinking 15 by 15. So that's going to be 15 would be 7 on each side, and then 1 in the center. I think having a center tile is good. Why am I trying to do this again? Why don't I just copy this whole thing? Sorry if this is really bright. I should probably add a background that's like easier on the eyes. I actually need to pick a palette though, is my problem. I want a palette with lots of earthy and gray tones is what I'm gonna pick tomorrow. We'll probably look at a couple. Let's look at our options actually right now. Asebright, palettes. Radiant Plus, probably not. Hot Highlights, Cold Shadows, maybe. Zenith 241, maybe. Zenith 241 has maybe too many colors. There are a lot of grays. There's like this big long gray. There's this kind of light bluey gray. There's an even bluier gray. There's like a purpley gray. There's a lot of low saturation color options here in the Zenith 241. But maybe we actually want something even lower. What about dual palette? Dual palette is maybe too saturated. A lot of gray tone, a lot of brownish tones though, and goldish tones. But it's just too saturated, I think. Wow, that is neat. Turns art into Legos almost. Oh yeah, yeah. This kind of tessellation stuff is definitely what you want to do. All right, let's not worry about the palette right now. Let's make our grid. So we're testing out a grid size. I'm just gonna pick one of these at random. I could pick low sat expanded, but I probably don't want to do that. Hot highlight, cold shadows, linear area. No, let's go Zenith 241. I think that's a safe choice for this jam. I think that's a pretty reasonable choice. All right. Do I even have a black color here though? It's just like this dark. This color is the color. Okay. Do I have paint bucket selected? Let's do non-continuous. Just make sure this color is in the palette. All right. This will let us come up with all sorts of silly, weird mineral colors. All right. This is going to start looking really disorienting because I'm not cleaning up any of the interior shapes here. I actually should have done this differently. Let's do this. Oh, Jesus. I'm changing my palette selection. Let's go back. I need to start with a better shape. I need to start... Oh, no, I did start with this shape. Oh, shoot. Do I need to make it solid? Is that my problem? I think that's my problem. So let's load Zenit 241 and let's just pick white or light color tone. Here we go. Oop. Add continuous back. All right, here we go. All right, now when we tessellate this, it shouldn't look quite as crazy. Although that means I have to do it in the correct order. To do it like this. I need to do this back to front so that it doesn't hurt my eyes when I have to look at it eventually. There were too many transparent overlapping lines. I couldn't see this at all. But yeah, A-Sprite, doing it like this, building it out, really helps. Really helps you think about it. You can count it pretty easily. This is 8. I think. Yep. Okay, so what we do, here's what we do, which is kind of funny. We're going to reset this. Let me count how many pixels there are above it here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So we're going to reset this here. I'm going to leave 4 pixels. 1, 2, 3. I did 6 instead of 4. Oops. Easy to fix. Easy to fix. All right, and then what we do is we just start stacking. So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to determine what our play space is, like what's the biggest 3-dimensional play space that we feel like we can use. This is actually relatively small and leaves a lot of room on the sides, but I think that's okay because I think I want to leave a lot of UI space. But we could maybe go up to 19 by 19 or something. But we'll see. Once we start adding in some verticality, we might change our mind. So we're just going to keep adding blocks. Just going to block out the space here in our mind. This is I'm getting flashbanged hardcore. I think I need to add a background layer. Convert to background. That's better. Let's try that again. New layer. Convert to background. And then let's pick a less harsh color for these blocks. It's late, and I'm kind of... Here we go. That's easier to see, right? I feel like I'm burning my eyes out a little bit less. Oh. I'm gonna have to change that again. It's fine. All right, 5, 6, 7, 8. Recolor. Now we move. This is a little tricky. Now we have to move. Can I do this easily? Probably not. So we're in between here. So where is going to be the midpoints here? This is going to be a little tricky. I want to make sure I do this move right. So we should go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7 down, between 7 and 8. And then between the second and third. So between 7 and 8 and second and third. Okay, so 2. Or actually, it should be right in the middle of this one, is what it should be. So this one, right? I gotta turn the grid off for a second so I can measure this up. Sorry for the flashbang. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I'm so close. All right, so now we can just copy this, paste this over, overlap here. That's not quite it, is it? Why isn't that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. How did I accidentally do 16? What the actual... Alright, we can fix this. We can fix this. How did I accidentally do 16? Oh no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oops. Unhappy about this. I'm gonna grab as much as I can and then just box everything else. It's embarrassing. Use rectangle select and just move it up to the left. Yeah, but I can't just use... Oh, you mean rectangle select the whole thing. Oh, you're such a genius. This is the part where I'm like just kind of sleep deprived and not doing great, even though we just started. So I need to move over by 1 and then up. Thank you, Inomoth. I didn't quite do it. I didn't quite get it right. But I see the thing. I see what needs to happen. There we go. All right. Thank you, Inomoth, for saving our skin here. I don't know why I thought I needed to carefully grab that. Somehow I still did that wrong. Okay, I think this is right. I think we got it. I just need to position this correctly. I think this is a 15 by 15 grid. I think it's off center, but we can just move it down 1. All right, I think this is a 15 by 15 grid. We still got room in each corner for like UI elements or like environmental stuff if we want to show it. Or we can just do an into the breach style like minimal thing. And then we're going to have vertical layers of this. So like maybe different machines will deploy in different corners. Or maybe different machines. Maybe there's like a loading and an unloading. So like maybe there's a loading bay that like maybe on the left back here, this is where like new machines will be deployed. And then maybe there's an outgoing spot where you can like dump minerals or machines you don't want anymore. So you can like pick machines up off of here and like drop them in. And then you can pull minerals and machines out from here and drop them over here. Something like that. Unless we just have the drop position be on the top. I think we would like that. I think we'd like the back left and the back right for like that. For like the colony background and like the ingoing and outgoing areas. And then the foreground, we're not going to use for any of that stuff. So what we should do here is we should start stacking. So we're going to call this like maybe like layer 1. Let's get rid of isometric because we're not going to use that. Let's say layer 1. Let's say layer 0. We start counting from 0 because we're real. We're real like that. We'll bring this way up here. Something like this, maybe? And we'll just start copying more layers below. And let's see. I want it to be single screen, so let's not have... Well, I guess it should just go down, huh? It'll just go down. And then this can maybe be extended left on layer 0 because it's the surface. And then below layer 0, it's like you just see the edges of the ground. And like you can't really keep digging in there. We'll need some kind of shorthand to show you that you're like at the edge. In which case, maybe we just stop drawing. Maybe we just stop drawing past that edge. Maybe there's like a surface level here on the top. And then but when you're underground, it just doesn't keep drawing once you've reached the edge. I don't know another way to intuitively like set it up. For anyone coming in, we're doing kind of like the theme for Ludum Dare is depths. And we're doing, our core concept is like an almost like, it's kind of mixing the crane arm game with like Tetris, where you have these mining machines that you drop in and they do their predefined little things. Like some of them will mine down, some of them will like refine minerals, some of them might like dig sideways or something like that. And you're dropping these machines and trying to pull out minerals and machines and like redeploy them. And it's kind of like a more strategy game kind of oriented version of like a SteamWorld Dig or like a Dome Keeper or something like that. Pretty much focused on just the mining aspects of it. So our core concept is like from the surface, you descend into the depths by deploying various mining machines and structures that excavate out a deep trench, returning valuable minerals to the surface. We should talk about win and lose conditions, I guess, down here. So we have complications. So the core mechanic is this deployment and recovery of machines and minerals. That's the one mechanic. Trying really hard to just do one mechanic in this game. The problem is this is getting a little simulation-y, so there's definitely some knock-on stuff that's happening. Some like side effects. Hey, Arvin. How's it going? Welcome in. Let's say like win-lose conditions. So to win, you just need to excavate out all available minerals. And then you lose if you are unable to keep up with an ever-increasing quota from corpo overlords. I don't know. Corpo overlords. We're gonna give it a touch of I'm really getting some hard space shipbreaker vibes here, which I'm gonna add to my list of random games. Where do we put this? Depths. Hard space. Just in terms of vibes, I'm thinking of hard space shipbreaker. Is there a colon in hard space shipbreaker? Probably. Is that really the name of it? Now that I say the word hard space out loud, it doesn't sound like a real thing. Wow, that is actually the name of the game. Hard space. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking of hard space shipbreaker in terms of vibes. Because we're gonna have our deedly stringed instruments. We're gonna have machines. We'll have a bunch of Foley sound effects, like ambient machine sounds. Pretty excited. I need to think about the tile map to node transitions, which I think is actually very easy to do if I don't worry about animations. Actually, I think it's very easy to do if you can't control them. If they actually just... I think this is going to be pretty easy. We're going to create a 3D trench-like structure, which is what I was diagramming in here. I was like diagramming out like what space we have available in the game. So I think we're going to have a 15 by 15 grid, which for people who tune in the normal stream looks pretty normal for us, even though we've gone way beyond that recently. So let's keep adding layers. Which layer, what order do I put these in? They count down, right? 0, layer 1. Actually, we want to duplicate this, don't we? Delete layer, duplicate. layer 1. I'm pretty pleased with our conceptualization that we've done after only like an hour or two, a couple hours. All right, layer 0, we're gonna move down. Not layer 0, layer 1, we're gonna move down. Layer 1, we're gonna move down. I'm getting a little scrambled. I did work a whole day today of like my day job. Nope, not copy. So we're just gonna keep doing these layers here. Rename. Layer 2. So we're gonna have a number of 3D layers, and there's gonna be an easy mechanism for banishing the layers away. It's gonna be almost like sliding cards off the top of a deck. You're just gonna slide the layers away. From a visual standpoint. That's what we're gonna do. Because that's super easy to do, because that's just moving the transform that's associated with the tile map layer. We could also just modulate out the tile map layer instead, but I want to juice this up a little bit. Maybe we don't want too much juice. Maybe it would be better to modulate stuff away instead, but I mean, God forbid I say we don't want too much juice in a video game. We don't want to start with juice, that's for sure. All right, so how many layers down can we do? Maybe we do 15? 15 by 15 by 15? I don't know. I want to do 15 because I want to have a center tile. Which I actually don't know why I want to have a center tile. There's actually no reasonable reason. There's no rational reason why I need to have a center tile. Oh, except for if I want it to be Z. No, there actually is no reason to have a center tile. I mean, there's an argument to be said about having easy... No, it's all going to be handled by local to map. Maybe we do 16 by 16. Because I feel like the sides here are a little sparse. I think I'd rather have exposed upper left and upper right quadrants, and then and then the other quadrants aren't really... There's not really much going on here. I don't know if I want to get rid of them completely. I don't know, whatever. We can cross that bridge when we get to it. We're already kind of down this path here. All right, I don't know how much more of this exercise I need to carry out. I feel like we have an idea here. And I feel like we could move on. I'm just trying to visually gauge how far down we go with each of these layers. I feel like maybe this is a big space. This is like a rather large play space. This is maybe too large. I don't know. But if we're talking about tetrominoes, predominantly, and so we have... How many tetrominoes are there? Tetrominoes. All right. Thanks, Gemini. Let's go to the Wikipedia page. 5 free tetrominoes? What does that mean? So there's only 5 of these here. The question is, do we want them to be 3D? Like, do we want our tetrominoes to extend into 3D space? Or we probably want them all to be 1 layer tall. We probably don't want them to be more than 1 layer tall because rendering that will be really hard. So maybe we just have 5 types of buildings. And maybe you can upgrade them. Oh wait, what's these? One-sided tetrominoes. One-sided tetrominoes are tetrominoes that may be translated and rotated but not reflected. They are used by and are overwhelmingly associated with Tetris. There are 7 distinct one-sided tetrominoes. These tetrominoes are named by the letter of the alphabet they most closely resemble. Okay, maybe 7 is a better number. Maybe the I, maybe the long 4 straight could be like a refinery. Like it takes materials in one end and like poops them out at the other end. Or something like that. Maybe the square Petromino could be like some kind of Roomba-like thing that moves around like building scaffolding or something. I don't know. But I think we want to go with the Tetrominos. And yeah, I guess we actually can use the 7 one-sided ones. I don't think we need to worry about any of this math. I'm just trying to, when you're doing a 48-hour game jam, it's really good to find constraints. And so I guess we could go somewhere between the free Tetrominos or the one-sided Tetrominos. I don't really want players to be confused. Maybe these are the same types of structures, the JL and SZ, and they just have a different... They have a different structure. Maybe they're like the same kind of machine. I think we're going to do some really cool stuff here with collapsing structures. I'm a little concerned about the amount of space searches we're going to need to do if we're going to be searching this volume. Especially if we do it all on the main thread, on a single threaded web application. But let's worry about that when we get to it. Okay, Tetrominos. All right, Tetrominos. We're going to call this like, I'm going to put this in the Asprite files. We're going to call this LD57 screen mockup. And we'll keep using this as our mockup for like scaling and stuff. We could have called this scale mockup. Arya, are you making attack tricks? It's what they're called, right? What idea you stuck to? I've never heard that term before. That sounds good. But no, we're going to do a kind of mining game. Like it's going to be a 3D little trench, and you're basically going to use this like claw-like structure to drop Tetris style pieces in that all have different like mining functions, and you're going to need to like pull them up and like move them and like place them strategically, and they're going to like mine out and do different things. 3D in 48 hours. No. It's not 3D. It's going to be fake. It's going to be isometric. It's 2D, and it's going to look 3D. I actually have a lot of experience doing exactly that thing. You are more crazy than me. Here, let me show you my main project. Which we're not just going to take because this is all written in C# and we're not using C#. And it uses a custom entity component system, which we're not going to use. We're going to fake a lot of this stuff. But, oh, this is not how it, well, this is fine. That's not fine. We already have like a full 3D like tile editor tool thing. So we know how to do fake 3D isometric with tile maps. This is all being done with tile maps. Let's put some doors in here. This is all fake 3D that we can make. So I think we can do this. There's a question. My main question is our ability to simulate this in a web browser, but yeah, I think we'll be okay from this standpoint. I think we can do something like this. We even have camera rotation, which we're definitely not going to add camera rotation here. I think we can do it. Your main project is a monster collector game? That's awesome. This without multi-threading. I'm a little concerned about that. If that becomes an issue, we're just gonna turn on thread support, and nobody on Mac will be able to play the game. And you know what? I think I can live with that. Because up to this date, nobody on Mac can play any of my jam games. So, you know, Why start now? You can't imagine. Oh, you woke up with the idea? Awesome. That's great to hear. You're gonna make a ball that infinitely falls? That's pretty cool. Like downwell, but like with a ball. That sounds good. That's easier than what I'm trying to do. This might honestly be way too big an area, but it might also be perfect. We're checking to see what kind of like screen space we have. We're imagining like a 15 by 15 by something. Maybe not even that far. Maybe not 15. Maybe we'll keep it 15 by 15 by like 8. I kind of want the camera to go down as you go down. We'll need to be really smart about searching the space. We can't just blindly like flood fill if we need to search this space. We need to do like something smart, something clever with GDScript. We'll probably just do a dictionary of things that aren't just ground. You have max 6 to 7 hours to make the project, not going crazy. Okay, yeah, we have like 20 more hours, so I'm going a little crazy. My main concern is gonna be able to like draw the art. Honestly, I'm not actually that concerned about the simulation. I'm concerned about my ability to draw machines that don't look just like doo-doo. I'm pleased about the scale of the blocks, though. I think using the full scale 32 by 32 is correct. All right, let's keep duplicating. I'm glad we didn't go with isometric, because I think isometric would have looked weird. Yeah, I think you'll be fine. I'm looking forward to trying your game. Are you doing this in a team, or are you also doing it solo, Arya? I'm sorry if I asked that already. Sounds like you might be doing it solo. 99% chance solo. Okay, cool. All right, yeah, so the verticality is the one thing I'm not sure about, which is like how far down we're willing to go before you just kind of bottom out. I think you're gonna need some kind of X-ray vision where you can see where all the minerals are, so it's not like a surprise, like you know where the minerals are as you mine down, and it's gonna kind of be the strategy is gonna be like, how do I get there with this like limited set of movement? Because if your win condition is like mine out all the minerals, you need to be able to do it. And then the trick is like not slowing yourself down and like making a mistake and like causing a cave in and like having to start over because like all the dirt collapsed down one level or something and like buried some machines. You're gonna need some kind of X-ray vision though. That's very clear, which is fine. We can do a top level X-ray vision rather than like my cutaway system. We're not going to use a cutaway system like I do in my game, my main game. There's a streamer named Admiran, if you know him. I've seen him. I don't know them personally, but I'm pretty sure I've seen them. Their name is familiar. If he wants to join, then it's team. Nice, nice. Cool. That sounds good. All right, so yeah, I don't know how many layers we're gonna be able to get away with. Clearly we hit the edge of the screen after like 6 or 7 layers. I would like to go kind of deep, but I don't know. And I like the idea of keeping some space up here. The only problem is our side-on perspective. There is no sky. Like, there's definitely no sky. So maybe we don't. Maybe we do it a little differently. Maybe we don't need quite so much headroom. I don't know. We're going to have to decide how our scale, but it's going to be something like this. So we hit the bottom after like 7 layers. What if we move these all up a little bit? I actually don't know how I'm going to do this. Something like this. 15 by 15 by 7. I think it would be cool if we can support deeper. Like if you can start scrolling down and like the camera literally like starts moving down to keep up. But I don't want to try to force it. Also, how many pixels do I have here? So this is 37 pixels in. This is... Oh, it won't tell me. This is 3024. I can't do math tonight. I'm not going to try to do math. That's 36 pixels in. So are you at 324? Yeah, okay. So this is close to centered. So we could do something like this. And then you've got some space. You've got some space in the upper left and the upper right for the entry and exit. So like you'll have a deployment. Up on the surface, you'll have like a flat area where like stuff that you can deploy gets dropped, like your next Tetramino block basically. And maybe you can see the one after that, like over here, like the staging, like in Tetris. And then over here on the right, you can have the outgoing one. It'll be like the outgoing area where you can send... where you can send stuff away. And then you'll just flick these layers away, maybe. It depends on if I want the outer stuff to continue to be seen. I don't know. We'll figure out how we want to flick the top layers away. I want to use my like card flick thing. Hey, Fusionist! Thanks for coming in. Good to see you. It's time. It is indeed. We have an idea. I know this looks like just like my regular kind of thing I'm doing, because it kind of is. We're doing an isometric 3D game in 48 hours. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it or worry about it too much, or you'll scare me. But our core idea is like a mining game where you're like, it's like Tetris mixed with like the claw game. So you can like drop mining structures and machines. So you can like pick up a machine, which is like a Tetramino, and like drop it and it will start doing its thing. Like maybe it'll start mining in a certain pattern, or maybe it's something that can like refine, or like maybe it's like a conveyor belt that can like move stuff. Maybe the flat one is a conveyor belt. Huh, I didn't think about that. And then you need to pick up and put down machines and like rearrange them as you try to like dig out the veins of minerals. And you got to dig out the mineral veins on this map and dig deep. And you got to dig it all out before your quota from corporate gets so high that you like can't meet it. It'll be like, you need to deliver this many minerals by this time. And like, okay, you do that. And then they give you a higher quota and a higher quota. So it's this kind of game where you're trying to like very efficiently mine out this 3D trench. Sounds neat. It does sound neat. It sounds like a lot, now that I say it. But we have 2 whole days to do it. We just need it to be playable by the end of tomorrow. And then we can juice it up. We can like add more content. We can add sound. We'll probably leave things like sound and a lot of the special stuff for day 2. For the Sunday. And then tomorrow is Saturday. So Saturday will be the big day. Hole digging claw game. That is the thing. We don't have a name for it. What are we going to call this, chat? We need like a name. I think that's like the last most important thing we need for this before I sign out in like 20 minutes. We need a name. It's definitely a lot, but on a mechanical level, it's not too bad. Just a 3D array, right? Yeah, exactly. We wanted one mechanic. I mentioned that here. I was like, we were ideating. We were like, are we gonna do something underwater? Are we gonna do something underground? Are we gonna do something in outer space? We decided underground because underwater seemed like too much work, and outer space seemed like too unbounded. But underground seemed nice. And then we were like, my goal whenever I do a game jam is to have one mechanic. Mectris, Dime Novel Hero, screaming in with the Mectris. That's kind of awesome. Mindtris? No, that would look like Mintris if I wrote it, huh? Mectris is cool. Not picking your name until tomorrow. But yeah, our one mechanic is placing mining structures in a Tetris-like process. And I think we're good. I think the Tetramino little machines are going to be cool. So there's just one action that we need to work out, and then we need to work out a number of Tetramino little machines that'll kind of simulate their little thing. Our biggest concern is performance on a web browser, honestly. You like Mectris? Okay, everyone likes Mectris. So we're going to rename the idea to Mectris. Mectris. This is cool. Maybe a lot of the machines will move. Like they'll roll around like little dune spice miners or something. Rhiannon, you had to drop out for a while. Where are we at on the idea? I think we've got it. I think we're going to do a kind of 3D. We're going to do like I normally do. We're going to do my isometric 2D. And we're going to do a little mining game. It's like I'm calling it like a mix between Tetris and like the Claw. Where like you get sent different machines you can deploy, and you need to use your claw to like drop them in like Tetris style. And you need to use your claw to like lift minerals out, or maybe like lift machines out and redeploy them if you want. Otherwise, they're just going to kind of do their thing. So it's managing these little different machines as you try to dig down to get to the depths and get to the minerals. Fusionist, you're so lucky that Monogame doesn't really port to web just yet. That sounds like sarcasm. All right, Dime Novel, let's see. Google search for Mectris. It already exists. It's on itch. Oh, it's literally building a mech with Tetris pieces. That's actually kind of awesome. Deptris. No, that's terrible. Mindtris. No, I don't know. Mectris is genius, though. Oh, and then you can, like, send the mech out. Oh, man, that's pretty cool. Oh, is this all voxel? This is, like, fully... And you fight, like, Mothra? Like, what the hell? It's pretty cool. This is really great. I like this. All right, that's a great name, but let's keep thinking. Okay, we're gonna rename this. The game. Tetramino. Tetramino. That's not terrible. Oh, so you're just gonna do download only, Fusionist. See, I've done download only before, and I feel like nobody played my game. So I have to deploy to web. Oh, what if we... So they're called tetrominos. Thank you, Fusionist, the giant motherlode claw of mining ore. So we could just go with tetromino, which is the name of the Tetris pieces. And we could just capitalize the min. I don't know. Tetromino. Fusionist, yeah, last time you simply wasn't able to get 1-for-1 ratings. You think it was due to karma being a bit broken? 40 given for 28 received. Oh, I went nuts. But I also streamed, so my karma was like pretty good. Bart Lane. You don't have audio, but you're so excited. Tetromino sounds so sick. Okay, I think we can do this. I think this is fine. It's just a jam game, so I actually wouldn't have minded calling it Mectris that much, but like, I feel like this is very obvious. Tetromino. I don't want to add the E though. Tetramino. We could do this for SEO or whatever. Tetrominio. I don't know. I'm torn between adding the E or leaving the E out. What do we think? What do we think, chat? You were streaming 2 years before. You had 1-1. Maybe LD56 was just cursed. I didn't do LD56, so I don't know. But yeah, I think I'm going to have to say you're an exception, Fusionist, but I feel like if I don't know you, I'm probably not going to download the jam game on stream. Download and play. Unless I personally am familiar with you, with the person. Because I should set up like a sandbox and like all this stuff and like get a second machine and like set up a... Like, I don't think I can do that. Tetramino. I actually can't... I think I like it without the E better. And this is just a jam game, so I don't care about SEO. This isn't a real game. I could say Mino with an O. Tetramino. I think it's getting too complicated. A lot of people stopped downloading or never did. There's enough to get that sweet 1-1 regardless. That's good. That's good. I hope you do. Yeah, I think I overdid it last year because I think I gave like 100 ratings last year. Nearly 100 for LD55. And I got like over 100 ratings in return, and I think it just dragged down my score. I think you want to get your like 20, 30 or whatever you need, and then you're just fine after that. I think overdoing it, I think there's a significant diminishing returns. Unless your game is awesome. I think it's actually like less good to have a lot of people play it. I don't know though, but that's my feeling. That's my feeling. 100 is crazy. I spent the whole week playing games on stream. I don't think we're gonna do that this week. We might spend like 2 or 3 days next week. Actually, we might spend 3 days. It depends. The fall off is pretty hard after the first couple days on viewership. Tetramino. All right, I think we're happy with Tetramino generally. As a preliminary name. I'll sleep on it. That's kind of what you want to do with names. But I think I'm pretty happy with this idea of this mining game. So the main thing is really just going to be working out the play space, the 3D play space, which is going to be our diametric projection kind of like this. So we'll have our play space. There will be some room on the side for UI and maybe environmental elements, but probably mostly just UI. We'll probably end up with like the Into the Breach style, where we have just a bunch of negative space around it, and then you have this area that you can dig out. We'll have some way of hiding layers so you can peel layers down. How did I mess this up so badly when I copied it over? Yeah, whatever, who cares? I just brutally messed this up. I don't want to fix it for every single layer. Somehow I messed up every layer except the top layer. That's hilarious. But yeah, and then you'll have this area on the left, which is like the loading area or the unloading area where like your next machine will be put into position where the claw can grab it. Maybe the claw arm will be back here in the back. You know, we'll kind of go off screen so we don't actually have to worry. There will just be like a tower structure, which will be like the colony or something. And that tower structure will be like where the claw comes from. Actually, I guess we don't care. We could have a little bit of like a parallaxing arm in the back as the main claw in the front moves up and down. So we need a claw. We need this unloading area where you get new pieces. We need a loading area where you can dump minerals. So you can like dump minerals and machines that you don't want anymore. And they'll go away. And then you'll just be going down and placing machines and kind of digging into the world and watching your machines like wander around and do their little thing. So it's going to mainly be managing the play space and managing the behavior of the little mining machines. That's going to be the real big things. And then managing the claw. So claw, kind of play space, and like the machines. And that's really it. That's the only moving parts in this game. Oh, no, because the play space is it. The play space is like, you'll be able to cause like a cave-in. You'll be able to... Yeah. I think there's some cool stuff here. I'm concerned about trying to do it in one day. Because I need it playable by the end of tomorrow. So that we can start playtesting it. Because I'm actually going to playtest a Game Jam today. I swear. Like Scarlett O'Hara, I'm never going to release a Jam game without playtesting it again. I'm going to learn. But it's almost 9 o'clock. Oh, people are coming in. People are still coming in. All right, but I'm pretty excited about our Ludum Dare thing. I think we've met our constraints very well. Can do pixel art, very low resolution art, mechanical or mostly static structures and animations, isometric projection. I'm gonna say isometric or dimetric projection. We're gonna do dimetric projection. Nobody knows what that means, so we're just gonna probably call it isometric. One gameplay mechanic. I think we've arguably achieved this. I think the simulation level is a little tricky. I think the amount of simulation we want in this is a little involved, but I'm familiar with how to do this, so hopefully that'll make up for it. Analog music production, stringed instruments. I need to probably restring like my electric guitar because it sounds like we're gonna want something maybe a little bluesier than what I was anticipating doing. Something we just play like stupid little blues licks as music. Maybe I like try to learn a song. Basic Foley art. Foley art's gonna be easy. Foley art will just be industrial sounds we make using like home appliances. I think we're gonna do it. I think it's gonna be okay. Fusionist, you gotta work on yours too. Good luck. We'll be seeing you tomorrow. Yes, we'll be our schedule. So we only did about 4 hours today. We did not do any preparation or theme exploration. We just brainstormed. We one-shot it again. Tomorrow and Sunday, we're gonna do probably like 8 to 10 hours on stream. So we'll be streaming a lot over the next couple days. Not what we did last year. We're not gonna do those 12-hour streams again. I'm gonna stop myself. But we're gonna go hard. There may or may not be an all-nighter between Saturday and Sunday. We'll see. We will see. Yeah, good luck, Fusionist. I can't wait. I can't wait to see and meet all these wonderful more people. All these people I met last year. Hard to believe it's been a year. I did put out the remastered version of my LD55 game today. A Following Wind. I dropped it on itch, just stealth dropped the remaster. So if anyone wants to play that, that's the post-jam remastered version. But yeah, I'm stoked. I'm feeling good. Yeah, I just dropped it out there. I spent last night remixing the music a little bit, so hopefully the music levels are better, but I just had to get it out. I had to be done with it. But I'm pleased. I'm pleased with where we got. All right, who else is streaming Ludum Dare? We're probably just gonna drop into Adam because I don't see anyone else doing Ludum Dare that I'm familiar with. Let me see. Probably just go hang out with Adam. But this has been awesome. I think we're off to a really strong start. I'm really excited with Tetramino. Tetramino. I'm gonna set up the raid. So I need to go eat dinner and pace myself here. Adam's the best. If you can ship it when we get in there, ship it. But otherwise, I hope everyone has a great rest of their night and a great weekend if you are unable to come back. I appreciate everyone hanging out here and tuning in. And I'm going to see you next time. Bye.
Maximum warp.
Maximum warp.